Bachelor has moved.
No, I put it at 7.
7. Who else you got then? You got Chigiri.
Chigiri, I have Chigiri and Bachata. Those are 5.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yukimiya?
no, not Yuki.
Yukimiya. What the fuck?
Yeah, I know Yukimiya can't be there.
I'll say this. Not currently. Currently, I'll say Hiyori's above him. After U20 World Cup, 100% he's above him. Rayo. 100%.
I can see that.
But I have Hiyori over Shido. I have Hiyori over Shido.
I'm not too mad at that list, to be fair.
Obviously.
I'm not too mad at that list. But he is one of my favorite characters. Yes, OP's in the building.
I know. Question: do you have any direction for today's stream? Do you have any hot specific topics prepped?
No, so it's just gonna be general discussion about episode of Nagi and about the latest chapter, which I know is not properly released yet, is it? Because I'm not.
Episode Nagi is, yeah. I'm actually working on a video on it now. I have the officials.
No, I've not seen either. To be fair, I've seen them, but I've seen the leaks. I've not seen either of the officials.
Okay, so officially read 310 and then read episode Nagi, because episode Nagi is supposed to be read after 310.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
But I've gone through episode Nagi leaks and I don't see that much of a relevance to it.
It's the ending.
Yeah. Okay. Right. The ending. Yeah. I think I can infer what you mean by that.
Has everyone here seen episode Nagi?
I have.
Okay, then we gotta get you that.
It's wacky though. I'm not sure what that first half is about.
I'm just gonna tell you, we see raw ass cheeks.
Yep. It's mad.
Raw, bare-boned, booty cheeks.
It's mad. Hey, Lux, what's good, man? Lux, you not trying to jump in, no?
Where's the link for? Send me the link to the stream. I'll send it in the Discord.
Right.
I mean, if you don't have any specific topics, I got a couple that I think we could use for discussion. That I think would be interesting.
This video is sponsored by Men to Sleep.
Hey, Vincent,
eat my ass.
What?
Right, shall I message you directly, Arrow, then?
Yeah.
Arrow. What is it with you and ass today? You've already had 2 mentions in 3 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Should I make it 3? Make it even up. 1 ass a minute. No, not the link to join. Not the link to join the stream. Not the link to join the stream. I'm talking the YouTube.
Oh, okay. 1 sec.
All right. I think what we could start talking about, aside from the chapters, since not everyone has seen it, I'll send the leaks into the server. But Bunny got a volume cover.
I saw that at least. I'm not entirely living under a rock.
I think the Bunny cover. I liked it. I like Bunny's cover.
Yeah. To be fair, I was surprised that those were the actual colors. I did think.
Really?
Yeah. At first I thought it was some fan colorings, because pretty much everyone did that.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much that was the coloring everyone went for. So I thought that was the fan colorings at first. I'm surprised that's his official colorings. I like it. And I'm not too bogged down about the whole chain thing, because I know a lot of people, they put a lot of thought into the chains and stuff. But if you notice, a lot of the new Gen 11 players, they have quite basic looking chains. And Isagi as well, his chain is like your most basic bitch chain you could have.
I think that's kind of meant to be representative for him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it represents Isagi. I know he's meant to be plain Jane, but I don't think you can put too much stock on the actual chains itself. When it comes to the new Gen 11s, because a lot of them, like I know Kaiser's is like see through or something like that. Is it see
Yeah,
through?
it's glass.
Yeah, it's glass.
Shows how
Right.
brittle.
But you,
There's episode Nagi. It's all sent into the general chat. These are the officials, so you can read through them.
oh,
Woo.
nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you've got Kaiser's glass one. Size one was pretty basic as well.
Yeah, but Size had the chain crumbling away,
Yeah,
and then
a little bit.
reforming.
Yeah, a little bit broken up. Who else? Lorenzo's was thin. Oh no,
Lorenzo's
rusted
had bites taken
or
out of it.
bites. Yeah, that's
Oh,
it. That's it. And then Bunny's one.
Bunny's has some symbolism, and I have a couple theories on it. If you want to hear them, I think is interesting.
Yeah,
yeah. Yeah, I dropped my own paragraph in Aero's video about it.
Oh,
Yeah.
go on. What did you say?
I don't know, I forgot. I'm gonna go check.
Yeah. All right. So, looking at Bunny's cover, so there's a couple things to note. Right. First off, I want you to look at the neck collar. Right. When you look at the neck collar, if you look closely, there's actually two of them. So he has a collar
Yeah.
closer to his neck that looks thinner, and then on top of that, he has another one that's glowing. Now, what's important to note is that when you look at the two collars, you can see a kind of texture on one of them, right? And what's interesting is that I looked at the texture and I'm like, that looks familiar to me. And I looked it up. It almost looks like the texture of cardboard, like the inside of cardboard. Almost the exact same design and style.
One sec. I need to try and get a picture of it. I can't.
I have it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, please.
I'll send it to you before I continue the point because I think it's. I'll send it in the general chat.
Nice.
Here we go. Wow. So if you look at the outer collar, it has this kind of texture on the top part. That to me looks like the texture of cardboard, and here's the exact texture I'm talking about. Look at the sides of it. You'll see the comparison.
Right. Yeah, I see.
So the reason for this correlates to the interaction between Bunny and Isagi when they first met, where Bunny was putting on this facade where he was always with a smile when he was saying negative things, and even Isagi saw through him. He was like, "This is not really what you mean." That is essentially manifested in that in the neck bracer, his ego. He's putting on a facade of what his ego, what he's expressing his ego to be versus what it actually is. And the reason it's glowing green is because Isagi was the one to see through him. Isagi's aura color is reflected in the fake neck brace because Isagi was the one to see through it. Underneath it, though, you can look closely and see that along with his chains, the brace underneath it is somewhat cracked. Now, this could correlate to his backstory, but it could also just be basic symbolism of the fact that he has been hiding and not been able to understand his true ego for so long that is essentially crumbling away, deteriorating away. He doesn't know who he is anymore. So it's decaying. It's crumbling away. It's eroding away because he's not playing with as the person he truly wants to be and how he truly feels. So you have it crumbling away. On top of that, you have the painted cardboard ego reflecting what he's personifying to the world. You have the chain being tightly wound and pulled vertically. That could correlate to his weapon. It also appears to be like a noose, relating to his statement of wanting to die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have for the cover.
Oh, to be fair, man, I did not notice half that stuff, but that it makes a lot of sense. Because I didn't notice like there was like 2 layers to this collar. But yeah, like the outside looks a little bit more polished than the inside. The inside looks all like it's cracked. And yeah, no, I don't quite mind it. I don't quite mind it. I'm surprised though, to be fair, that we get to like he's the cover page. I thought it would. I didn't think it'd be him so soon. I thought maybe closer to the time where we actually get to play Spain or even after we get to play Spain, that's when we get a bunny cover.
Well, on the upside of this, right? Bunny will probably be shown within the next 10 chapters because Baratsuda's volume covered 301 to 30 to 310. So those 9-10 chapters were what was covered in Baratsuda. So going into 311, that's the start of Bunny's volume. So for Bunny's volume, he'll probably show up there.
Okay,
Like,
so do you think Bunny is gonna be like a prominent antagonist in the World Cup? Because
I'll let someone else answer that because I'm trying to think.
there's so many other New Gen 11s that we've yet to see, and Bunny seems to be a Psy antagonist. So I didn't think that he'd be that prominent for the Blue Lockers themselves. I just thought maybe once we got to the part where we have to play Spain, because we're not going to play Spain in the next 3 games. Once we get to the part where we have to play Spain, I thought that's when Bunny would be the main antagonist.
Gotcha.
It's a little bit surprising for me. What do you think, Ragi?
Great answer. Great answer. We love that.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
I agree, Ragi. What about you, OP?
For me, when it comes to Bunny being a antagonist, I feel like it'll be more interesting if he's focused on Sai, at least the people relating to Sai. So I mean, like Sai, definitely Rin, maybe Shido, but I feel like those three he'll have major conflicts with.
Mhm.
But I just don't see how that's going to be so soon, unless we like skip the Nigeria game or something crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's my thing about it. Like I thought it'd be later on down the line, because I don't think we even play Spain for maybe another year and a half at best.
God, year and a half.
What about you, Daddy? What are your thoughts on our bunny boy?
Well, most of my thoughts were stolen by Aero and verbalized instead. But
Stolen? I'm sorry. I didn't hear you say him first. Therefore, you were gonna steal my idea. You were gonna steal
sometimes,
mine.
well, usually, the first person to say something is not usually the one that actually, did it, because there's this
I
thing
mean,
called westernization.
What'd
AKA
you say? What's it called?
brain though.
damn,
Sorry.
you just hate on me because I'm American. Just because my country's ass. Don't mean you
You know
gotta
what?
hate
That's
on.
a very valid reason to hate. Very valid. Anyway,
You're gonna hate me more. I was born in Florida, so I'm like the worst of it.
nah, that's Kansas. Kansas.
No, no, it's not.
Yes, that's like as
Has
American.
someone in Kansas thrown an alligator through a drive-through window? I don't
Yeah,
think
that's
so.
funny. That's
What?
funny.
The famous Florida man.
Yeah, Florida
What?
man threw an alligator through a Chick-fil-A drive-through.
That's a little bit random. Why did
Chick-fil-A,
he do that?
that's valid.
Because he's a Florida man. Why would he not?
Okay.
Translation, no reason. Just why not?
Okay.
But yeah, I guess one thing that I did look a bit deeper into was perhaps like maybe the cause of Bunny's facade. And I actually mentioned it a few streams ago, but the possible parallel with Frank Ribery, with like the scar and stuff,
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Oh yeah.
about how possibly like the cause for this second kind of layer of the chain, the fake ego that Bunny presents, could be one that's masking trauma. Like, for example, obviously Ribery's loved ones died in a car crash. He got the scar as a result of it. That obviously caused trauma. And this fake self, this false persona that Bunny presents, could be a way of masking it. And this is reflected in his chain by this second layer.
Yeah. Okay.
And if there is like Because obviously there was the design thing that Era talked about on this part of it. It could represent like a crack, like how due to Bunny presenting this false self to cover his trauma, it means that his true self is cracked and hasn't properly healed yet. And perhaps this is a bit of a stretch, but the glow from Isagi's ego could represent like a form of erosion, like how he saw through Bunny's fake self, and his kind of aura could erode away this fake self of Bunny and allow his true self to kind of break free from it and like go on some major Zuko level character development.
So you think? Do any of you guys think that Bunny's out and out like just a bad guy, or do you think like he's like a bit like a Don Lorenzo where he's gonna be friendly, but obviously you don't cross him on the pitch?
Well, I think just what it is, I think he's just a broken person, if it is the trauma route.
But not Kaiser, you know, like being a dick type of
I don't think that. I just think he's just broken.
right.
If my theory is true, I think he would just be broken.
Yeah.
I think it's more like not as malicious as Luna, but kind of that same like indifference. Well, I'd say more like Loki, like how Loki was, how he was just stating like, "Oh, Japan's bad," but he didn't mean anything about it, even though it was a negative statement. I think it's more like that. Like he just doesn't care that much, and that may come across negative, but has neutral intentions.
Yeah, to be fair, a lot of the footballing world or a lot of like foreign characters in Blue Lock have looked down on Japan and
Well,
looked.
they have a good reason to. Japan's always just been ass.
Yeah.
And they're always short. Japanese people are really short, so you just kind of look down on them anyway.
Yeah, and then you have Aryu, who's 6'5".
Yeah. Well,
Rin's grown a little as
the
well,
outliers.
man.
Yeah, Rin's like what, 6'1"?
Yeah, something like 6'1".
Sure.
I still find it funny that Nagi is taller than like Baro. And
Yeah,
like Nagi's
mad.
being 6'3". Doesn't feel
Yeah.
right.
It's his big eyes, man. It's his big eyes. He's got like a big head and a big eyes, so he looks like he should be shorter than what he is. The guy's a unit, though.
And we got like itty bitty Nico.
Yeah, well, Kiora is like 5'5". You know, Kiora actually looks tall in reference to like Henri, who is 5'1".
Henri's 5'1".
Yeah, so you have Henri who's 5'1" and Aryu who's 6'5".
Oh, mad.
I need a panel of them standing
What
next to each
what about
Yeah,
Kurona?
go look up the Blue Lock height chart thing. They have the anime cutouts scaled to their heights, and you can have them all lined up. So you just move Henri's next to.
So is Kurona taller than Kiora then?
Yeah, Corona's 5'6".
Yeah, I thought so. What? But next to Isagi, Kurona looks like a midget, bro.
Yeah,
They're
because
all midgets.
Izuki's like 5'9".
Yeah, 5'10", I think.
He might be.
Yeah, nah, it's Nagi looks weird. For me, he always looked weird because he's hella tall. He used to be carried by Rayo everywhere as well.
Yeah, think about
Yeah,
how
Rayo's also
Rayo
6'2", which didn't feel right either.
Really? He's that
Yeah.
tall?
Yeah,
Mad.
just think about how jacked Ray would have gone from carrying him. Like you look at Nagi, and he's
Rayo
not
is.
And he,
Well, so was Nagi. Nagi's jacked as fuck too. You see him.
Yeah. The thing is that he never exercised really before football, and yet Nagi has just the best sleeper build.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Literally a sleeper build. Or sleeps.
Like what kind of freakish genetics does he have?
Well, he's a genius in the purest sense. I'd say, honestly, I would say that Nagi is closer to being is more embodiment of a genius than Rin.
Yeah, for sure. Because Rin actually practices.
Yeah,
tries.
everything about Nagi is just unnatural.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's just a freak.
Yeah, I mean he definitely. I mean he's meant to be the opposite of Isagi. So he's meant to be pure talent. Isagi's meant to be hard work. And now imagine Nagi actually knew how to play football from the same age as
God,
Isagi.
I
Actually
hate getting
tried.
fucking horrible ass teammates in rematch. Makes me want to shoot myself. I swear to God.
Oh, bro,
That's crazy.
bro,
Yeah,
I
wait
watched
for
your stream,
cosplay.
bro. You need to step up still. You know, I think in the beta, you was actually better than you was in that last stream I watched you in.
Shut up. I don't want to hear
Nah,
it.
that's crazy. Have you been playing ranked?
What's going
I'm
on?
trying to. Legitimately, bro. Legitimately. I was on my rank up game, and I just have idiotic teammates who either left the game or just own gold. And I'm like,
Own
what the
gold?
fuck?
Yeah,
Yes!
solo queue as hell.
Oh,
On my rank up game, I was trying. I'm fucking bronze. I'm ass. But like somehow these guys are more ass. If there was levels to ass, they would be ass.
Yeah, no,
Okay,
I'm
how many
telling
times you gonna
that-
mention us in one stream?
Yes, but ass
Bro.
is in not ass. Ass is in like the skill. When I say ass, I don't mean the badonkadonk like we see in episode Nagi. I mean like you're horrible. You are a trash human being, a trash can, if you will.
Yeah, no,
That's about
those
9
type of
times
teammates.
total.
Let's say those type of teammates, they go all the way up throughout the entire ranks. Like I'm in diamond right now, I get the same people. Only
Yeah,
going and losing.
also,
in
goalkeeper
first
decides, oh, I'm gonna just push up all the way.
place. That's my favorite one. He said, "Let me 1v5 real quick."
No one's in the net. Hold, I'm screaming. Give me a second. I'm screaming. Get the fuck in the net.
but that's when you need to use a meta vision and rotate. You go in there.
I was center forward.
Yeah, Isagi plays defense.
It's rematch, man. Everyone's center forward.
Yeah, but Isagi doesn't drop back to goalkeeper when Gagamaru for some reason decides to go all the way up.
Well, I mean, you've got the Manshine game still.
You just gonna have to step up and carry.
Pass the ball. We're in ranked, dip fuck.
I cannot.
I hate everything about this.
No, but I was watching.
The worst part is they're not passing to me. They're all teammates who all want to do it by themselves. So they'll pass to each other and then they'll try and dribble by themselves from half field.
Tell Raven the reason why he lags so much is probably because he's British and he's queuing in American.
There's no one want to take the shot.
I'm struggling.
What rank are you now?
I'm going down. I'm bronze 1, but I'm going down.
Ooh.
I couldn't rank up to silver because I got brainless dumb fucks.
Ooh. No,
These guys try to think they're
gotta
Bachata when they're not. They're Igaguri.
You gotta step
They're
up.
horrible. They're worse, in fact, because they can't even get a foul.
Nah,
what is this?
Ikaguri actually aura farmed.
He was.
Exotic
I will
Eagles
admit that.
ask, can you play rematch on mobile? Is it on
No,
mobile?
it's PC and
PS5.
PlayStation.
Screw PlayStation. Dang.
Yeah, you won't be able
Got
to
me, bro.
play.
Bro, you got me. You got me here. You got me here. Bro, you got me here. Bro, pass the ball. Pass the ball. Pass
Ask
the
for it.
ball. You're not an egoist, you dumb fuck.
Just ask for it.
What do you think of?
I'm sure you'll pass.
The range bait is insane.
Where to go?
Right, but guys, what was Bachira up to in episode of Nagi, bro?
Bro was climbing through the vent. I'm gonna be honest. How do they not have better security?
I mean, they don't really have anyone apart from Ego and Henri on site. It's literally just them two.
Pass the ball.
I
Pass
mean,
the
all the
ball.
security was put into the suits, like the shock riot
That's
control.
true.
Yeah,
And Bachira was running around naked.
Pass me the ball.
Clever guy. Yeah, but
Pass me the ball.
how
Pass me the
Ego
ball.
just walking around naked anyways?
God's sake.
Brother, please
I don't
pass
know.
the ball. You're not him.
It's like
You're not
500
him.
guys. He'll be fine.
Have you seen it, that dude? Guys butt ass naked. At least Bachira had boxers on, right? But this guy's butt ass naked, bro.
Pass the ball.
And he's doing squats or something. It's mad.
I don't know. I'm playing career mode at the moment.
That career mode of yours where
Dog, we're in ranked and you're going brainless. Pass the ball or get the fuck out of ranked. Holy shit, your ass. Get
Errol.
off this game.
Errol, can they hear you? Have you got
Yes, that's who I'm talking to. I'm turning game chat on and I'm speaking directly to them. I swear to God, I'm gonna insult their mother next.
No, that's a joke. That was a joke.
Now I'm in goal. Fucking, well, I can try and do something. They're not gonna pass to me anyways. Might as well sit back here and just start fucking.
Just save it.
Yeah.
You should just
Yeah.
let goals ruin their day.
Are
Because
you,
it ruins mine.
Exactly. So let goals to ruin their day.
I need points. I need to not get.
he does.
I need to not be in ranked with these
He's
dumb
bronze.
fucks.
He's bronze.
Yeah, but are you going to get points playing at the moment with your?
I'm gonna get worse teammates because I'll go down.
Yeah, he's in bronze. He needs to rank up still. No, to be fair, you need to get some friends in so that you can rank up.
You tell me you're gonna get on the game.
But I can't. I'm not on PC.
All right, I'm done. I'm on PC too. What do you think I'm doing?
No, I'm not. I'm on PS5.
Well, crossplay's coming. Get on.
Yeah, once crossplay is there, I'm on.
Go into the future. Get crossplay and then get on. I'm
Oh my
having
God,
I'm having a
I'll
stroke
play
with
it
these people. Seriously, I'm having a stroke.
Yo, speaking of the future, how are you feeling about the pacing of these chapters?
Bro,
No,
it's 2 days left until World Cup starts.
I would have scored if this guy didn't get in the way. He hit his fucking bald head.
It's literally 2 days left until the World Cup starts. What happened to the training? What happened to 30 days?
That's what I'm saying. I wish we saw it.
I'm guessing it's going to be like flashbacks.
I don't mind that. I would actually
Don't dribble, shoot
have
the ball.
flashbacks and stuff. But I thought maybe we'd actually get to see some training interactions.
We're gonna get mercy ruled. We got mercy. Please get off the fucking game, or I swear to God, I'm gonna meet your mother at her house and give her a fucking pounding more than we got in this game. Holy shit!
Hey.
Oh my God!
Cold.
You know, half the people you're playing with are probably like 12-year-olds.
Holy shit!
They won't know what they mean, so they won't report it.
True.
Holy fuck! I'm gonna give him a baby brother.
Has anyone?
Or sister. We don't
reported?
discriminate.
I've
We
got a
don't
friend that gets
discriminate.
reported every single time he plays.
They're gonna review. If they're gonna report me, they're gonna review the reason that I said this shit, and they're gonna say, yeah, they deserved it. In fact, they deserved worse.
Oh, mate. But yeah, there's literally 2 days left until the World Cup starts. I'm guessing we're gonna go straight into opening ceremony, and an opening game should be Japan because that's normally how it works.
Well, they were the first name called, right? So they'll probably play.
Host team normally starts the tournament. So Nigeria versus Japan should be opening game.
I saw a video. Oh, sorry, go on.
Yeah, go on.
I saw a video trying to predict what Japan versus Nigeria is going to be. And they're saying it's going to be a full-on 5-4 match with Issa scoring a last minute.
I doubt any game is going to go that high. Maybe 1 or 2. I see people saying it's going to be 8. It's going to be like 8 something. Hell no. He's not going to pace 8 goals. Unless it's like first selection Bada where they just go goal. No, that'd be horrible. I need good paced games. I need like Manshine City length games.
No, it can still be good pace, but it can be more goals because the NEL suffered from 3 goals rule, so it meant like every BM game was 3-2. This one we could at least score like 3-0 up, then concede a goal, score again. Like it's much more dynamic, I think.
Yeah, like the U20 versus Japan had more goals per chapter than Bastard versus PXG.
Yeah.
Because there's 5 goals max versus 7.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like it's nicer because the full 90 minutes means we should be able to get more goals.
I want there to be less goals. I want the defenders and goalkeepers to actually do anything.
I mean,
I'm
Blue Lock is attackers, so I'm expecting Blue Lockers to concede a lot. So in order for them to survive, they need to score a lot as well.
or just give the defenders feet. Like I am borderline thinking that like every defender is a fraud. Because if you go,
They're pretty
okay,
much.
ready?
Well,
I don't.
IQ's not a fraud.
No, hold on,
IQ
ready?
IQ was
I'm,
acting average. Well, he wasn't average. I lie, but in the grand scheme of the World Cup, IQ isn't that great of a player in general.
Yes, he is.
No, he's not. He's not. A lot of those players that will be in this U20 World Cup will be half of them pros, half of them getting up to pro. IQ was a Japanese international, granted, and he got the offers from Italy, which means he's above the rest. But when you actually deep IQ himself, like he's surrounded by scrubs. He was surrounded by scrubs, sorry, in the Japan team, and the Japan team as a whole, their levels were nowhere near the rest of the world. Like Nigeria is actually a good team. They're actually a good team. So I expect Nigeria to have probably better defenders than IQ. Because you got to remember, this is still Japan. Even though we're in Blue Lock, Blue Lockers are sick and everything like that, it's still Japan. I
I
like.
lost my thought. Oh no, I regained my train of thought.
I want a 1-0 game in the U20 World Cup.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be one, at least.
That'll probably be the game where we get like the hyper defensive formation with like Nico, Aiku, and everybody else, like Raichi.
Mm. In
Okay,
fact,
wait.
actually, yeah, that would be super rare. Actually, 1-0, considering this is Blue Lock.
Okay, I think I'm gonna drop a take debatably. Okay, actually, I don't think it's a hot take, but I think from first perspective, this might be very hot take. Don Lorenzo is a complete fraud. Like,
Wait,
an,
before you go, because that's
In what regard? In what regard?
before you go, that's crazy, right? But Nagi Central, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like IQ looks good because the rest of the Japan team were absolute arse. They were really bad. But yeah, go on with the Don Lorenzo because that's crazy. I can't believe you said that.
okay, so remember the time where Isagi almost scored after beating Don Lorenzo, but Kaiser also got to the ball, and that led to their like double shot.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Don Lorenzo got beaten by Isagi on his own, pretty much.
Isagi's good though.
Okay, and then you've got Rin, who was able to 2v1 a better Isagi and an evolved Kaiser. And then you've got Isagi also beating Rin on the other side of the table. And Destroyer Rin is definitely better than Uber's Isagi.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go as far as saying, in terms of defensive feats, this so-called best U20 defender, Don Lorenzo, has worse defensive feats than Isagi and Rin.
Yeah, but you're saying fraud like he doesn't still outclass the majority of the cast. Someone is only a fraud if they're getting outclassed by the majority of the cast, despite what they're being
best
called.
U20 defender
No, it means
is
for his
getting
status.
is getting out defended by attackers. Like
It means
fraud
for
watch.
his status, his feats don't quite match.
He is arse in terms of feats. You can't be a
But
U20
I think-
defender.
I'm not denying that, but I
do think it's Blue
don't
Lock.
think Don Lorenzo's fraud. I think he's the worst new Gen 11 we've seen, but that doesn't make him a fraud. He's still
He's
top
fraud.
10 in the U20
Yeah.
category, undeniably.
I do think it's Blue Lock tax as well.
You put Shido over him?
No, not Shido, because Shido is just
Okay, well
ass.
Shido's like 9. So like
Shido's just beyond ass. Like, unless you feed him the ball like you give your baby when you give him food, like, the most he's done is carry Igaguri.
I also hate people saying, "Oh, well, this is the same thing can be said about like Isagi," but no, because Isagi is the playmaker of those moments. Shido isn't.
Uh-huh.
Shido's the finisher. Sure, Isagi's a similar situation, but Isagi's creating the play.
Yeah,
He has
Isagi's a playmaker.
Isagi's a playmaker and a play finisher. Shido only finishes plays that the playmaker creates for him. I put Shido. I call him a dreamer without the skill to back it up. But seriously, Shido has dreams of creating these goals,
Yeah, these crazy.
but he can't do them without other people. Isagi can still create goals that he wants to.
Yeah, but the thing with Don Lorenzo, I do think it's a bit of blue lock tax, right? I think that Don Lorenzo, first of all, didn't really care that much to try. I don't think he showed us the full extent his of his play, and I do think he played to Snuffy's rules, and playing to Snuffy's rules meant that there's certain restrictions on him. I don't think like in Italy setup, I don't think he'll be as restricted. So we might see a little bit more of him, and we might actually see him try. Because, like I said, I don't think he actually tried in the NEL.
I pray to God that he wasn't trying.
Yeah, I mean, similar to Sai, I don't actually think Sai tried that much when it came to the match against U20.
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
he
think
wasn't
Sai tried.
like by the end of it.
Yeah,
fact that
towards the end a little bit. Yeah.
No, like, even if you look at it after, because I know I'm drawing from the anime, but there was a scene where he like goes to Shido and he talks about how like, oh, you made us concede, you still have to
Yeah,
win
yeah,
this,
yeah.
blah, blah.
But
You see Sai and he's not even sweating at all.
yeah, he's not. He's
He
not.
still played 90 minutes of football. Any sort of even like mild exercise does blah de blah physical biology stuff, and he should still generate sweat even from
Exactly.
mild exercise. So it either implies that Sai is a superhuman that doesn't sweat, and that is probably cause for extreme concern, and he should go to a hospital, or he literally put in zero effort.
And I think it's the latter. I think he didn't put in effort because it's similar to Kaiser. Kaiser I think it was in the Barca game, hardly swayed.
Yeah, but that game lasts like
See,
5 minutes.
this is what I do for sweat scaling. I treat the sweat for the new Gen 11s in the same way I treat hockey in One Piece, right? Like pre time skip, we couldn't see hockey because we were traveling along with the crew, and the crew was not to a level where they themselves could see the hockey. But now, post time skip, they've reached that new level, so now hockey is visible to us, right? Because technically, through our perspective, we're a part of the crew, quote unquote. So now we, along with the crew, have reached the level where we can see the hockey. That's what I treat the sweat like for the new Gen 11. The blue lockers weren't at the blue lockers weren't anywhere near their level. Therefore, you didn't see any sweat. But like going into the PXG game, Isagi and Rain, for example, they were close to Kaiser's level, which is why we see him sweating there so quickly.
He's trying harder.
Yeah.
Because arguably, Uber's Kaiser should have been sweating.
He should have been.
But he wasn't. The reason for that is because Isagi didn't reach the level yet to fully surpass Kaiser. After scoring the 2 goals, well, Kaiser scored 1, technically beating him, it cemented the closure of that gap to where now Kaiser's not considered the goal, but more of an equal, if that makes sense.
Dang, I'm so inferior to you. I can't even perceive your sweat.
But I do
because that's what it is. Like this guy, he's not even trying. So therefore, why would you make it look like he is?
Yeah, I do think that the new Gen 11 did take Blue Lock for a stroll. I don't think they actually tried so much, and I expect to see them actually trying in the World Cup because
Kaiser didn't tell Ubers. I don't think Kaiser did tell Ubers.
Yeah. I know he didn't in Barca game. I know he didn't in Manshine game. I'm not sure about Ubers because I can't quite remember. I've not looked back at it.
was
I
kinda
thought
gay spoiler.
maybe he did towards the end, but I'm not sure.
Who?
Kaiser.
Yeah, Kaiser was trying post Yodi sub.
Ah, okay. Yeah.
Ooh,
That's-
viewer
that's-
mention.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I say post Yodi sub just because that's when we see Kaiser being very desperate with his plays.
My
Yeah.
Goku.
Am I
He
wrong
made-
in that?
No,
Like
no.
this, like stealing Isagi, like trying to steal Isagi's goal there. That was a very desperate moment. He was trying to like
Mhm.
literally invade Isagi's plays, which is why Aiku decided to man mark him when.
Yeah, when he tried to steal that
Yeah, but like
Isagi.
when the final play, when Isagi was in the box and audio was on him, Aiku decided to use Metavision and mark Kaiser.
Right, guys. So end of episode. End of the main chapter. We see now, obviously, like throughout the chapter, Nagi speaking with Igaguri, and he told him about the whole Baratsita call up and stuff. And then we see Nagi walking away, saying he's fired up. I'm pretty sure this is a confirmation that Nagi will be coming back to Blue Lock, right? Or does anyone disagree with that?
No, it's literally stated that he will.
Right. Okay. So he'll be coming back to Blue Lock, right? Do you
Yeah,
think,
like. Sorry, go ahead.
so? Do you think that he's gonna negotiate that contract? Because bro, that contract is mad.
Yeah.
It is crazy. And honestly, I wouldn't want Nagi to sign to sign shit like that. I
He'll
would.
probably be like two conditions. One, you only have control of me until after we win the World Cup.
Mm-hmm. What about
And
the whole
then
destroying ego thing?
no, he'll probably not focus on doing. He'll probably just not try to destroy ego, but fight for ego's respect in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But I think also what he'll do is he'll probably make the condition that he'll only play if Igaguri joins, because Igaguri was the reason for him doing all this. Oh, 100%. Igaguri is the manga's favorite character. There's no way he won't. Yeah, he will not. Nagi and Igaguri are his two favorite characters. There's no way he won't use this as a way to bring Igaguri back into the story. Plus, he literally said, I wish he contacted me. And he literally said, if I had your talent, I'd be trying to be the best in the world. Like, there's no way he wouldn't. Because Igaguri basically convinced him to take the offer. Why would he not be like, yo, only what I'll accept is if you bring him on as well.
That. I can't be having that.
Nah, because then we get to hate on the Kira stands. Because then it'd be Sai Nagi with no chance of Kira.
I can't be having bro. I want to see someone new, man. Forget this guy. Get him out of here.
That was my opinion.
Stop hating on Igaguri.
Oh, nah, I can't be having. I hope you're wrong there. I really hope you're wrong. I can't be having that.
Igaguri is a top 10 now. He is one of the best aura farmers.
Bro, Igaguri literally finished last.
I'll say this: Igaguri was aura farming at the end of 309, but 310 his fit did not look as hard, and I stand on that hill.
Yeah, it didn't look as hard. Like it's because he wasn't aura farming, he wasn't posing in it. If he, but bro, the end of 309, yeah, Igaguri look like the guy, look like that guy. But nah, bro, I can't be having him back, bro. I can't. I like life without him was so good.
I know, it was great.
Life without him was so good. Then what's the point of the selection then? But that's the selection.
That's the thing. They're just saying the selection thing, but it's gonna get rid of the. It's gonna be the mute point.
I really don't see the point in dropping the whole, you have to go through a selection.
What if Nagi competes with Kira?
Ooh.
Akira gets brought in, but Nagi has to compete with him.
Ooh. Okay. I'm intrigued.
Which white-haired boy is joining the lineup?
Yeah, I'm intrigued now. I'm intrigued. But still, right? I don't see there's got to be some sort of selection. I can't see. Maybe if Ikaguri makes it through selection, then hands up, right?
His selection isn't probably even a selection; it's just marketability. Like he'll probably promote all the players, and whichever one brings in the most money.
Oh, mate.
And Nagi will probably just try to aura farm and say some shit that gets him a lot of money, and then.
Nah, man, my heart is pounding, bro. I can't have Ikaguri coming back, bro.
My worry is like the World Cup's in 2 days. They'll probably be revealed next chapter of who made it.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought it's gonna be. I thought next chapter is gonna be the reveal. Because what's the next chapter called? Something like
Side B.
Yeah,
Side B.
yeah. So side B.
Wait, pardon? Side B.
Yeah, side dash B.
Yeah. So I'm guessing
It doesn't relate to anything in football terms as far as I'm aware. So it's gonna relate to like it usually relates to like reserve squad, but in this case it's probably Barata's.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that it's most likely gonna be the reveal of Barashita's team, or it'll be like the selection. We might actually get to see the selection, or a little bit of it. Sorry,
in a single chapter.
Yeah, they'll probably
they'll
probably
skim
like
through it.
they'll probably have like a little bit of conclusion. Eagle will probably drop another aura farming speech, and then at the end you'll see the 3 people who walk in, and then the chapter will end with these guys being brought in, and it says, "All right, now it's time to go to the World Cup," and then they'll show the stadium that they're going to be playing in. Which also, I honestly can't think of a better place to play than Blue Lock.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Blue Lock. No, Stinky
Dog.
Raven, man, I am dead about braids. Nah, the guy's got no hair. How's he gonna be wearing braids?
Who?
Igaguri.
Get hair extensions.
Bro, he's got no hair to even extend, bro.
Well,
You
no,
got
like you
hair
can
first,
buy
you
like
get the
pieces of
extension.
hair and you essentially attach them to your head. And
Yeah,
they
but
give you
normally,
You're telling me
He's a
Igaguri's gonna get a.
toupee.
You're telling me Igaguri's gonna get a weave?
yeah, normally with weaves, right? You attach them to actual hair that you have.
Weave Gaguri.
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah,
days,
that's
Igaguri
different.
cornrows, man. I am dying. What we doing, man?
Nah, we need him with the Augie cut.
What we doing? Oh, bro, I can't be having him back, bro. I'm like, my heart sank when you said that. I can't believe that. I never thought of that. Like, that did not cross my mind whatsoever. Having this guy come back. Nah.
He's the author's favorite character. Anything's possible.
The moment I found out that he didn't get asked by Baratsita to go find Nagi, I was like, oh, good. That means he's not part of the selection. Bruh.
Who knows?
The author's got bad taste. I'm sorry. He's got bad taste in character.
Most Japanese mangaka do.
Oh, mate.
Mangaka are some of the weirdest people you will ever hear of.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just saying.
I mean, yeah, Fujimoto exists. That man is an anomaly.
Oh, mate. What's this? How Igaguri talked about dreams gave me One Piece Blackbeard vibes. People's dreams have no end. The dreams of men will never die. Yeah, man.
Holy moly, I beat Leon. Sweet.
Yeah, man. Are you playing the women's team or something? Leon's easy.
No, I'm in the league, and I'm doing a Paris FC career mode.
Oh,
I got a random.
you got Paris FC. Go on. Wait,
Yeah.
Paris FC is in League 2, no?
League 1 now. Beat Lille. Cool. It's my second season in charge. I came 8th in my debut League 1 campaign.
Okay, that's all right.
Yeah.
Igaguri cornrows is crazy, man.
Didn't even buy anybody insane. I bought Yusuf Poulsen as my striker.
Right, so Are we? Is everyone agreed that Blue Lock beat Nigeria? Then
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think they have to, yeah.
it's a standard. Is it a wash or is it a half-fought match?
I think
I-
mostly a wash.
I could see it being like 3-1 maybe.
I think it has to be a comprehensive win just to get
I'm
hype
taking
up for Blue
3-2.
Lock.
I'm taking 3-2 Blue Lock.
Oh my god, perfect
3-2.
timing. I just literally right as Error said 3-2, I beat a team 3-2.
Mhm.
Whoa.
Like no, seriously. Like, be honest. I think Nigeria gets 2 up pretty early going in first half. They score a goal just before the first half ends, as like this is where it was starting to come back kind of thing, and then they get 2 more at the end. 100% Bodo is getting a spotlight though. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Nigeria usually known for more physically dominant style players? That's what I've been hearing. So like, why not have Bodo, the guy who literally trained in American football,
Be the front.
be not even the front man, just be a goal scorer? I think goal scorers for that game: Shido assisted by Rayo, Rain assisted by Isagi, Bodo assisted by Isagi or Rayo. That's what
It
I.
would
That's
be.
what I.
Yeah.
That's what I think is going to happen.
I think it'd be Isagi if anyone.
I don't think Isagi's scoring first game. I think he'll score against France. I think
Yeah.
I think he'll score. I think France it's gonna be like a 4-1 for France.
Mhm.
But I think Isagi's gonna score the goal. And I think they'll score it fast.
Yeah, like first goal goes to Blue Lock or something.
First 15 minutes in, Isagi scores,
Huh?
and then first 15 minutes, Isagi's gonna score, and then Loki's gonna lock in and then just clap him.
No, I mean, I came 8th in the league last year. How am I in the Conference League? What?
Oh.
That's not how it works.
I don't know. You're conference level.
That's a compliment in my case.
You're welcome.
Damn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I do think that it has to
I
be.
just want to say I hate this fucking game so much.
I do.
Didn't you say you were gonna get off?
Oh, I just did. Fucking hate it. We were tied. 3-3. One guy leaves. Goalie comes out of net, and then they score the winning goal at 3 seconds, and I leave. Don't even wait. I leave.
Yep, that's a rematch.
But I do think that that Blue Lock will make a statement in that first match. That's gonna get everyone hyped, everyone up, and then big crash down in the second.
Crumble under the pressure.
Yeah, for sure.
Crumbling under the pressure.
Yeah, for sure. I do think it's gonna be a big crash in the second match. Now the England match, I think obviously Blue Lock.
I didn't talk about Nigeria.
Wait, do they have to win? They can draw, no?
Are we still talking about Nigeria? I thought we were like.
I was going to talk about Nigeria.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, awesome. Let's move on then.
Okay. Wow.
I'm fucking with you.
Great, insane. Okay. So as I said, I got 3-1 for Japan, and Nigeria's goal. Ready? Bit of a prediction here. It's gonna be Agi. I want Agi to play for Nigeria.
Oh, 100%. No, Nigeria. No, fuck that.
Why not?
Yeah.
Let my man represent England.
Nah, England will have their own new gen.
Yeah, let Agi be in the spotlight.
Have it be Agi training the new gen the same way he tried to train Nagi.
New gen's above him though in levels.
Nagi, okay, be honest. If you're telling me seriously, if Nagi did just start listening to Agi from day one, you telling me he wouldn't be like up there with Rin, Isagi, who are arguably the level of the other new generation 11?
How did I get 2 red cards in one game?
Your
What?
ass? Question mark underscore. Did you Shido them? Just start busting on the field, and they just like, no, we can't have that. So they gave you 2, not 1, 2, to get you the fuck out of there.
I'm full season simming. This is the AI doing it for me.
Damn, even the AI is like, nah, we can't have that here.
Nope.
Dang.
Can't have
Nice.
Goonin.
I won another Conference League game. Woo-hoo.
Okay. What technique from any point in the series do you want to see reused in the World Cup?
What do you mean by technique?
Okay,
Like-
so for example, a technique is like range Travella shot. Would you an example? Like what kind
I've got
of
another red
goal
card.
scoring?
What the hell?
Like I want to see Shido's goal in Nigeria be the Big Bang drive, be the Big Bang that starts Blue Lock Japan like establishing themselves again.
But that's very
Actually.
situational. That goal.
And you're telling me with how many Metavision users do we have on the team? 6. Over half the team is Metavision users. You're telling me they can't try to set that up? Hiyori had passes comparable to Sai.
It's the goalkeeper position.
Before the NEL, I'm just saying.
Before the NEL, comparable to Sai's.
It's the goalkeeper positioning that's crucial to that.
Yeah,
and you're telling me Hiyori can't set that up?
How?
Ooh.
How did Sai set it up? Send a pass that's beyond the defense that Shido can run to, force the keeper to come out, ball go up so they have to header it. Shido, whatever the OSC sounded like.
I think Sai would have.
And then right in the womb, and boom, they bing bang boom, big bang drive.
I'd like to see it. I can't see it though personally. I think we see more of 2-gun volley. I think we see more Travellas, like you said. I think we see gyro shots.
Okay, hold up. You know what we need? You know what we need to do?
Mm-hmm.
We need to plan out a Blue Lock Japan U20 World Cup checklist.
Oh yeah,
like bingo.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Whoever gets the bingo wins $10. So hear me out. We each
£10. £10.
We each put £10, $10, $10 of your current currency, of your country's currency. We all put that into a pot. Whoever gets a bingo first wins. We will post them we post all of them this Saturday, either in the Discord or we post it on our YouTube page or we post it somewhere that's accessible. We post it somewhere that's accessible to the community. Whoever gets a bingo first wins, and it can't be basic stuff. I'll tell you this. I'm going to tell you my middle one, my middle bingo point that I'm prepared that I will die on the hill for. I'm predicting Rayo is going to score a goal copying Isagi's twin gun volley.
Ooh.
That's my middle point, and I'm taking that middle point.
Ooh.
I don't care if you guys want to use it or not. I'm using that middle. Gets to be my middle square spot. There's no freebies either, so we each put in $10.
But
winner gets all of it.
We'd have to review each other's bingo cards because I could easily put Isagi scores a goal and like
no, but you got to be specific with it. You can't just be like Isagi scores a goal. You got to be like, okay, Shido scores from a Hiyori assist.
Okay.
And you can't like copy the same formula. So you gotta have like.
Yeah, it's got.
You can't be Rain gets an Isagi assist. Shido gets a Hiyori assist. Shido gets a Rayo assist. Like it's got to be
specific.
I would say you can only have the same kind of thing 3 times. The same format 3 times.
Okay.
That makes sense. Like you can have Rayo copies this person, this person, this person, but you can't have a 4th Rayo copy.
Yeah.
Damn.
I hear that.
Is that fine? Is that we in?
Yeah, I'm in.
The Rayo farm strap. Damn, that's appealing because it's gonna copy everybody.
Yeah, but who is he gonna copy?
Probably everybody.
Yeah, but you got to be specific. Is he gonna copy? What is he gonna copy from Shido?
Yeah.
What is he gonna copy from?
Not just who's he gonna copy, but what is he gonna copy?
Like, would he copy Yukimiya's dribbling, or would he copy Yukimiya's sword screw? You got to be specific about what he's copying.
Okay, that has an extra layer to it. Few.
Like, they can't just be surface level things. They got to be precise, like options. You know what I mean?
Give me another Nagi 5-stage volley against England.
That's
What
another one.
another red card?
Nagi
What
scores
the
a feint.
heck?
Nagi scores a feint volley technique.
Kira will come back. That's in my bingo card.
Like also, I'll give you another one I'm gonna do. Another one of my predictions, Reen gets a red card.
Hey,
I think we need to see.
no,
I think the
wait.
only red card we've seen is
A
Kuan,
straight red or two.
and
yeah.
I think Destroyer Mode's gonna get pushed to a level, and he's gonna get a red card.
Wow, that would be special. And but I would say you have to you've got to think about the type of red card. Is it a straight red card or is it 2 yellow cards? Because
It's an ejection from current game.
but they mean different things. Because red cards aren't just ejections from the current game; they carry over.
Yeah.
Red card to where Rain is only disqualified from playing the continuation of this game, so he can play the next one.
So
Whatever the rule is.
So what? So there's a red card that can be a 1-match ban, which means you don't play the next game. But there's violent conduct red cards, which are normally straight red cards, and those are 3-match bans.
It's extra game.
Either way, I think Rain will get a red card and not play for a game.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Wouldn't it suck if he gets the red card before the game against Spain? Wouldn't it suck?
I mean, what if he gets a red card in the first game and misses the France?
Oh, even if Rain was there, they're not winning. Even if Rain was there, they're not winning.
Exactly. But then there's always the speculation. Ooh, maybe they would have done better if Rin was there. Isagi couldn't carry the team.
But yeah, like you guys, I think it'd be fun for the community. Be like, okay, here's our Blue Lock U20 bingo.
This is a good one here. Isagi misses a penalty.
I don't think Isagi would ever be the one to take a penalty. His stuff is he is direct shooting. That's it. Like he needs a pass incoming to make the shot. His entire weapon of direct shooting is the fact that he can make shots at the speed that no one can catch up to the future that he's predicted. That's literally why he says he uses direct shots. Isagi's base standard shooting is ass. I would rather have Kunigami, Bato, Yukimiya, Rayo, Rin, Chigiri. Like those are all way better scorers than Isagi from a planted position.
I don't know. I think
Hell, even Kiora is better because his passes accelerate the closer they get to the keeper. It'll start slow and then ramp the fuck up.
I will be great penalties, personally.
Why? What evidence though?
Because Isagi's got good accuracy, and he's actually a good he's got good ball striking. Even
using direct shots, but the reason he's good at that is because he catches up to a future no one else can.
But the thing with if he's able to do a direct shot, he's definitely able to do a dead ball.
Yes, but the whole he's average at dead balls though. That's the thing is that he's average at this. Take someone who's above average. Like Bato has Predator Eye for shooting. Kunigami has just straight power shots. Those are better.
I can understand. Like there's definitely people that are actually better than Isagi when it comes to striking the ball, and would be better candidates to take the penalty ahead of Isagi for sure. But I don't think Isagi's gonna be bad at penalties though.
Yeah, but why would you say Isagi takes the penalty when you have so many other strikers who are better though?
I'm not saying Isagi takes the penalty. But he said that in his bingo card it's just Isagi misses a penalty. So
he takes the penalty and he misses the shot.
But it could be from a shootout.
Still misses a penalty.
So why would you take Isagi for a shootout? What's it, 5 people for a shootout?
Yeah, of course Isagi's
Bato, Rin, Yukimiya, Chigiri, Kunigami.
No,
that's my 5.
You're not putting Chigiri above Isagi in a shootout.
Yes, I am!
Nah.
Chigiri has consistently hit top bins every time.
That's cool,
every
but Isagi hits top bins on a volley.
That's because that's what he's good at. Direct shooting. Exactly. Planted balls he's not good at.
But we don't know that because we've not really...
I can give you evidence.
I'd have to see it because I've not seen him flop.
The last time we had a dead ball that goes off the top of my head is second selection or the 100 goals challenge, and he planted the ball and he sucked at it. First stage, he got the ball, he couldn't score. Sure, it's definitely improved training for Isagi, but that doesn't change the fact that he's training in direct shots.
I'd yeah, man. I've not seen evidence of him being bad at dead balls.
Here you go. Here's evidence. I'll send it to the general chat.
Give it to Sengoat.
Yeah.
Honestly, anyone with Predator Eye is better than Isagi.
Yeah,
Your 3 Predator Eye users in Rain, Bado, Yukimiya, they're locked in. They have to be.
Yeah.
And then Kunigami, power shooting, insane.
Yeah, I would have.
And then I would take Chigiri.
I wouldn't personally.
The reason I take Chigiri is because you could argue that they're relative in terms of dead ball skill, but the thing is, Chigiri can perfectly hit top corner every single time because that's what he was trained to do. Isagi wasn't trained to hit top corner. Isagi was just training to hit direct shots better. So Chigiri's consistently hitting top bins. He will consistently hit top corner. Isagi's going to hit wherever.
No,
that top corner is going to be the best spot to hit.
If you actually look at Isagi's shots, they tend to go top corner every single
No, they don't.
No, they do. Isagi shoots at top corners most of the time.
Let's go 223. They're hitting dead center of the net. Go check general chat.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Here's Isagi's Demon King. That's center.
That's not center.
That's center.
We can see the corner.
The corner's all the way on the other side. He'd go all the way to the right. Like something like Yukimiya hits corner.
It's
That's
not
close to the center.
Look at where the goalkeeper's diving. We don't see the trajectory line of the football here, but look at where the goalkeeper dives. He's diving top corner to try.
Even then, it's off a direct shot.
Yeah,
the whole reason he's good. His direct shots work is because he goes to a future no one else can, so he uses the direct shot so they cannot catch up. That's the whole reason direct shots are his thing.
I hear that. That's his formula for scoring a goal, but that's not to say he can't score a dead ball.
But why would you put him to score the dead ball?
I mean, if it's a shootout, I'm having one of my bagsmen take a penalty, and Isagi is one of the bagsmen.
No, you take the people with the best shooting skill. Isagi doesn't have the best shooting skill when it's a planted ball, as comparison to other strikers who do.
I don't know, man. I would personally, I would have him personally, because if a guy can hit a top corner on a volley the way he can.
Okay, hold up. Who's top one? Actually, no. Over Chigiri, put Rayo. Put Rayo in there. He can copy.
Rayo scored one goal in the whole series, bro.
But Rayo is going to copy the top 23, meaning he can copy anybody any of the previous shooting techniques, meaning any of Rein's curve shots, any of Rein's Trivela shots, Yukimiya's gyro shot, and sword screw, right? Not Bado's stealth kill shot, because stealth kill shot's situational, but that middle shot where he's hitting top right corner every time, he can copy that.
I think Isagi's a solid shout for a penalty.
Not more than Rayo, who has the diversity. You're gonna play. You're telling me you're gonna play Isagi, a character who's only been known to hit direct shots, versus Rayo, a character who's known to hit shots of multiple different kinds. If you're a goalkeeper, I'd be more afraid of someone who has more diversity in the arsenal of the kind of shot they can take than Isagi.
A character that's known to score goals over Rayo.
You have to look at the context and where the goal is, how the goal scored. A direct shot versus a dead ball.
Wait. I have a question for you. You said it's people who score goals. Would you have Bachira take a penalty?
I would have Bachira take a penalty over Rayo.
What? Why?
Because I've seen Bachira score goals. I've not seen Rayo score goals.
Hold on.
Rayo scored a goal in the NEL.
Yeah, I know.
Hold on. This is my time. Bachira's goals have been have been seen to be shots with not a lot of power in them.
They're chip shots. They're chips.
Yeah, they're literally not a lot of power in his shots. Unless you're going to be an absolute.
What shot have we seen from Rayo that has power in it as well? Because
Rein's Trivela.
What? But he missed that. He didn't score
Oh,
it.
totally.
Because it's Gagamaru, the best goalkeeper in the series. He would have scored top corner.
Bro, he didn't score it. Gagamaru said it was a cheap imitation, bro. Am I wrong?
No, you're wrong. He didn't say it was a cheap imitation.
He did.
He just said Reigns was better.
He said
that doesn't mean anything. That
imitation.
he's still 99%. Okay, 100% versus 99%. 99% is still worse than 100%, but that doesn't make 99% bad.
But Gagamaru said it was bad.
He didn't. He said Reigns was better. That doesn't make Ryo's bad. That makes Reigns better.
Well, maybe I'm making
is Isagi bad because Reigns is better? Is Isagi bad because Reigns is better?
No. No.
Am I having a stroke here?
But Rayo did not score that goal. It wasn't a goal.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't make the shot bad.
Because Dedu's argument was I've only seen Bachira score weak shots, right? And my argument is, but you can say the same for Rayo then.
What's like weak shots? Rayo has not scored weak shots.
Rayo hasn't taken a weak shot.
But also, you're also
oh my days.
You're
so
also
what goal did Rayo score that was a strong shot?
I would say the goal he scored against FC Barca. That's a decently powerful shot.
Why is that compared to anything that Bachira has done? Why?
Because Bachira is taking chip shots. Because Bachira is taking chip shots right against the goalie's ass.
I'm pretty sure he didn't take it.
That's four. That's four asses.
In that very game against Nagi, Bachira's first goal was that chip shot.
Let me pull up the panel. I can't tell you exactly when did he score it. 295.
It'll be two before Nagi locked up.
296.
98.
Bachira, that's the one Bachira non-chip shot. That's the one non-Bachira.
But that's my point. If the argument's gonna be that, if you're gonna debunk Bachira because of that, you also have to debunk Rayo for the same thing.
Okay, but you're looking. Okay, but you're also, even if his shots are weaker than standard like Rain or Kunigami, you're adding the element of diversity is the thing, right? I would be more scared of someone who can hit 6 different kinds of shots than someone who can hit one kind of shot.
Bruce Lee said the opposite.
Mother of cheese.
Yeah, but that's in fucking fighting. This isn't. If I'm a goalkeeper and I know I'm versing someone, I've played goalkeeper and I'm going up against someone who only knows how to hit strong power shots, right?
Yeah, but
I'm going to be aware for power. I'm going to be moving in a way that I'm going to block a power shot. If I'm going against someone who can hit 6 different kinds of shots, I'm going to be way more nervous because I don't know what kind of shot they're going to take until they do it.
But that's cool. But the whole thing about the fact that he only hits power shots is he's always scoring those power shots.
But I'm aware and I'm going to be prepared for a power shot.
But you're not going to say.
The thing is, this is a statement from Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee, yeah.
Yeah. I fear a man who has practiced one kick 1,000 times than a man who practiced 1,000 kicks once.
Yeah.
Even if you have like one move, it's one move that you've refined again and again and again. And
that's fine. But even then, an FC Barca goalkeeper was able to stop Kunigami. Like, that's cool, but diversity in your arsenal is what makes you a good character.
I hear that.
You can't simply coast on one ability your entire time.
No,
that's the entire point of evolution.
But I would agree more if it bore fruits in front of our eyes. But we've never seen it yet.
Okay, can you give me any evidence? Can you give me any evidence to lead to saying that Rayo shots are weak? Any evidence?
But I didn't say they are. That's the thing. I didn't say they are. But I said if you're gonna call Bachira shots weak, you have to call Rayo shots weak as well.
No, you don't, because Rayo has Rayo legitimately went through 50 days of strength training.
They're on. Yeah, but we don't know the results of that.
We do.
So what is?
I have
Sure.
specific wording from Isagi saying that his physique has leveled up drastically.
Cool. His physique has leveled up drastically. What's that got to do with his shooting?
What?
They
Do you not
imply
think with your
strength
body?
training.
We've not been shown that. My point is, go give me
Wait,
evidence.
right up.
Give me
Keep
the
rage baiting.
evidence.
Keep rage baiting. Keep rage baiting.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not-
right. I have a
I'm
question.
not-
Right, I have a question.
honey,
Right, I have a question.
I'm
Who
not.
are the strongest shooters in Blue Lock?
Me? To me?
No, Raito to Raito. Who are the strongest shooters in Blue Lock?
Kunigami for sure.
Okay, who's
Barrow's
second?
another.
Specific.
Okay, those top two. What is the one thing they have in common?
Physique.
There it is.
Right, but who said that
It's-
Rayo's physique's on par with theirs?
But that doesn't mean that he's not a
That's not
strong
what I meant.
shooter.
No, but how can you say the thing that they've got in common is strong physique, but then Rayo's, we don't actually know if Rayo's physique is on par with theirs. So how can
We're not
you
saying
then make
he's on
this-
par
He's
with
not saying
them.
on
We're
par.
just saying Rayo is a physically good, like a physically strong character. He's literally went through 50 days of legitimate strength training
Okay.
to become a player who has individualized talent.
Mhm.
That's evidence to say that Rayo's physique has leveled up from his previous experience, because even Isagi said that he could not overpower him at all.
But
He
Isagi-
was holding.
But
he was
Isagi
holding
is
him back.
not a strong player though.
Yeah, but Isagi before was able to compete with Rayo. So now the fact that Isagi can't budge him at all shows a drastic increase in strength, right? Because in the match against Rin, Isagi went up against Rin. He couldn't budge him at all. That still says that Rin is a physically stronger player than Isagi and still has some physical dominance.
Mm-hmm.
So the same applies to Rayo then.
Cool. Tokimitsu is also a physically stronger.
But we're not using him for the argument
would
of
you
taking
have-
a
would you have
of a
Tokimitsu
shooter.
take
He's
the
also not in the
penalty over
fucking top
Isagi?
23 team, which is
Would
the
you have-
argument we're making.
But would you have Tokimitsu take the penalty over Isagi because he's physically stronger than him?
Nah, this composure's crap.
But that's composure.
Listen, I've seen Rayo score a total of 2 goals in Blue Lock. I'm sorry, but I'm not putting him above Isagi yet.
He scored like
2 goals.
no, I'm thinking he scored 9 total. No, yeah, 9. 9 that I know of.
Seen. I'm saying I've seen him score 2 goals in the totality of Blue Lock.
I'm telling you, he scored 9. Look at the episode Nagi manga. He scored 9 goals. We've seen him score 9.
Damn,
We okay, cool. I've seen Isagi score more.
How many has Isagi actually scored? Hold up, I'm thinking.
Way more.
2
Okay,
in
well.
the.
Are we going to do that? I'm going to drop a science bomb because why the hell not? So basically, Newton's third law states that the amount of force that a object can withstand directly reflects the amount of force that said object can exert. So we've got Rayo and Isagi who are physically roughly on par before the NEL, as Aero stated. And then we've got during the Bastard versus Manshine match, that Rayo now completely physically outclasses him, and Isagi can't, budge him at all. Which means the amount of force that Isagi is applying onto Rayo's body to try and move him is no longer enough.
Mm-hmm.
So based on Newton's third law, the amount of force which Rayo can take has now increased, which means via the law and by default, Rayo can now also exert the exact same amount of force which he can now additionally take. Consequently, that means that his shots are now just as powerful by the same numerical value due to the amount of force he can exert. Which means by default, Rayo has powerful shots.
Oh,
because
also,
shot
by the
power
way,
and everything in
the official wording from Gagamaru says, Isagi says that's Rin's outside spin shot, and Gagamaru says, no, Rin's is even more amazing, implying that Rayo's shot is still an amazing goal and a good goal. It's still shooting technique. It's still a strong and good shooting technique. Rin's is just outclassing it and is still by far better.
Yeah, but it didn't go in. I don't really
That
care.
doesn't make a fucking difference.
I don't care about that because it didn't go in.
So if
That
a
doesn't
player
mean
hits the
shit.
shot,
That doesn't mean shit.
There's so many players have taken
Okay,
incredible
show
shots
me a goal that
that you've
Isagi.
not put
Show me
up.
a goal that Isagi has scored from a stationary ball.
There isn't one. But there isn't one
Well,
that
to be
Rayo's
fair,
done either.
Rayo scored a gyro shot, and he scored after copying a Toya.
Stationary.
I mean, to be fair, the ball for the
It's not
Atoya
from
copy,
stationary.
ball
Yeah, but
wasn't-
Izugi's hitting volley shots. In-air
yeah,
volley
exactly.
shots.
Isagi
That's
was-
not the
volley-
same as what
volley-
Rayo's doing, where he dribbles and then takes the shot.
Volley is a harder technique than the shot that you from.
But the
from-
reason
from
he's
setting
good
yourself.
at volleys, he's good at volleys because he only trains to do volleys. When you put him in the standing, the ball sits still. Izugi loses his entire arsenal of what makes his shooting technique good. You could put a ton of other blue lockers there, and a lot of them would be able to take a standing shot as good as Izugi does.
I would understand that argument from if Izugi sets himself. Yeah, I've not seen Izugi score a goal from setting himself, but I've not seen Izugi take a shot from stationary either, and neither have you.
Yeah, but that's the argument, is that Izugi only trains in volley shots, so when you put him at the ball sitting there, he's pretty much average against the rest of the stationary ball scorers in blue lock. Like,
Right, listen.
Take the shot with a stationary ball because the ball's always moving.
Like, Izugi would be around the same tier as Bachara, because their shooting technique is average.
But that's my argument. We've not seen Izugi shoot a stationary ball. We've seen Rayo take a stationary free kick shot, and he didn't score that either.
Well, that was first selection where kind of everybody.
Okay, but this is my point. You're arguing things, right? I'm telling you, we've not seen the feats, and that's my argument against it, and you're arguing against that. I'm saying the reason why I can't put Rayo there is because I've seen Izugi score more goals than Rayo.
But he's done them under the context of this one thing. I can't. Okay,
fine,
can you say? Let me ask you. Can you say Izugi could hit outside spin shots like outside spin shots? Can you say he can do that? We haven't seen him do it, so you have to say no because he's never trained to do that.
But this is the thing, right? We've not seen Rayo train to take penalties, and we've not seen Izugi train to take penalties. We've not seen Rayo take a penalty.
But you're dumbing it down, like, oh, they haven't seen you take penalties.
No, but this is my point. My point is, how can you argue against me when I tell you the reason why I'm not putting him there is because I've not seen him do it?
Because I can argue a point.
Then your argument against me is that we've not seen him do it either.
Because I'm arguing against what we've seen versus you're arguing what we haven't. You're saying because we haven't seen this, you can't scale it. I'm saying because we have seen this, we can scale it against this.
But I've seen Izugi score bags of goals. You haven't
using a direct shot.
But you've not seen Rayo score bags of goals. That's the difference.
But you have to see where the goal, how the goals are scored. That's like saying.
You say that. You say that, but we've not seen Rayo score a goal from stationary either. So that's an equalizer there already.
But I'm not saying but I'm not using the argument. I'm using the argument for Izugi because he's only taking shots doing volleys, right?
Right.
The argument I'm making for Rayo is not the fact of using volleys, it's the fact that Rayo has a wider arsenal of different shooting techniques he can use.
Cool, but we don't know if one of them is stationary shots.
Yukimiya, Kunigami, Baro, Green Stravella. Green Stravella is a stationary shot. Green Stravella is a stationary shot.
It's not stationary, bro. It's set.
The ball
moving at that point.
No, I will. Do you want me to give you the panel for Green doing his Stravella?
We seen it. He literally moves it to the side to set it and then takes the shot.
No, that's not. Look at the general chat. Here we go. Here is Green against Aiku. He has the ball, right? He goes to shoot, then he stops. The ball drops, then he moves himself over. Yes, he moves himself over. Yes, he moves himself over. But in the game, when you're doing the penalty shot, you can stand however the fuck you want. You can make your approach however you want. If Green has the ball set to the right, where he goes to do the Trivella shot to begin with,
he sets
right?
It, yeah.
Rao can do an approach from the same way. Okay, he doesn't need to set the ball because the ball's already set for him. So he just needs to take the shot, which he can do.
Right, but again, like I said, we've seen Rayo take a stationary shot.
But you're using the argument of like, oh, we're going first selection, right? I'm talking currently.
Why does the selection matter? I'm saying
it does matter because they got drastically. Okay,
so
where
now
are you?
we're gonna make
am I brain damaged or something? Am I missing a point?
So now we're gonna make up imaginary feats.
What have I said that's imaginary?
Because you're saying we can't use Rayo's shot in the first selection now, but then what can I use? Because
Current
his
character
Trevella shot
feats.
wasn't a stationary shot. First of all, so what can I use now then? If I can't use the
But
one
you're trying to
shot we've actually seen.
Here's the thing: you're trying to replicate the specific circumstances of like the stationary shot.
No, I'm
under
not.
the context that
I'm
it's
not.
different in the.
I'm not.
Okay.
Your argument is that Isagi can't hit stationary shots. That's your argument.
I'm
not
saying
mine.
he can, but he's incredibly average to the point where I wouldn't want him as a PK taker.
Right, but then but then you don't know if Rayo's any better though.
I do, because Rayo has a bigger bag to shoot from.
But how do you know that in his bag is stationary shots? How do you
Because
know?
the characters he's copying of take shots that can be made from a stationary position.
We've not seen those characters take penalties either. Only Rin has taken.
I've seen Bono take a stationary shot. I've seen Rin take a stationary shot.
But has Rayo?
But he's copying them.
Okay, he's copying them, but has he seen them take the stationary shot?
Yes.
Bro, that's assumptions, bro. You can't say that.
Okay, I will give you the point. Rayo, in order to copy players, he needs to review footage. Therefore, in order to copy players, he needs to review the footage of doing so. Going to when Rayo has his training to become the master copy, he's given an SD card of the players and their stuff to copy.
On that SD card, so we're making assumptions again.
But we know it's okay. But we're making assumptions under reasonable speculation. It's not unreasonable to say that the. No, you're not.
Your speculation.
Okay, Dedu, OP. Where do you stand? Who are you standing with?
No.
Who are you standing with on this?
Is that maybe in those footage that there are stationary shots. Mine is maybe in those footage that aren't stationary shots. We're both in the same position.
But it's not a stationary shot that's the concern. It's the technique he's using. That's what puts him above. That's what he puts him above Isagi.
We know that Isagi also has technique.
He has technique only doing volleys. Only ever doing volleys.
if we're gonna assume, right? So this is my thing.
Okay, a stationary shot. I'm saying, okay, a stationary shot, right, is a ball that's set up for you that you take a shot from, right? In Blue Lock, Kunigami, Bato, Green, Yukimiya, they take shots that they set themselves up for.
No, we call it dead balls. So when I'm talking stationary shot,
but can I ask you how is a dead ball, meaning a ball that's completely stationary, right? That's sitting there, and you can approach any way you want to take the shot. How is that different than you setting yourself up for a shot that you want to take?
Because when you set yourself up, the ball is still normally moving when you take the shot.
But not for range Trevella there. But even then, it's still a matter of the ball might be moving, but the ball's moving in the way that you're directing it to set it up for the shot itself. Yeah. The ball, therefore, is already set up, and you're positioning yourself to set yourself up for that. You're setting yourself up for both situations.
It's like Kaiser's Magnus shot. If Kaiser set himself up to hit the Magnus, he still wouldn't get the same accuracy as he would from a dead ball.
Yes, but because the Magnus is a different weapon. The Magnus was literally something that he's never been able to perfect.
I'm just using the mechanism to illustrate.
But it's a different situation because you're going off of a weapon that 100% has to be dead ball versus weapons that don't have to be dead ball.
But the situation of a penalty is a complete dead ball.
Yes, so but that doesn't disregard the fact that these balls.
The mechanism.
So are you telling me right now you don't think Kunigami, Bato, Rin, Yukimiya, none of those characters can score goals because it's a dead ball and they haven't been seen taking a dead ball? That's the argument you're making. That's the argument you're trying to make.
I think all of them can. I think Isagi can as well.
Dedu, OP, we've been ranting. Where do you stand? I need to know if I'm brain damaged.
No, for me, it's completely just. I agree with you on this from my perspective.
Dedu?
Which bit do you agree with?
I'm just here for the laughs. I gave
but where's your thought? Where do you stand on this?
Which bit do you agree with? What do you mean?
I agree with looking at what players train for combined with what they've shown. If I have a player who only scores close to the net and
he doesn't score close to the net.
I wasn't only Isagi. I wasn't only referring to Isagi there.
Most of Isagi's shots are on the edge of the box, by the way. They're not close to the net.
No, I know. I was referring to Bachira there.
Oh, right. Okay.
Using Bachira as well. Like if I'm looking at a player who either scores close to the net Or now looking at Isagi, a player who only scores off volleys, I would not use those players to perform a skill that they do not train in or specialize in.
But we don't know that Rayo trains in that either. That's
Yeah,
the
but
Rayo
we
trains
can-
in everything.
We don't.
Rayo's
we
an
don't-
all-rounder.
Trains
The
in
actual
everything.
fact is, we don't know if any of those blue lockers train in that.
Okay, but that's a horrible.
We-
That's what's there's a term for
Oh my
that
God.
where just because we don't see it means it doesn't happen. That's the argument
But this
you're
is what
making.
I'm going by. I'm only going by shown feats. You're going by imagination.
No, I'm
If you-
going off of reasonable
Yeah,
speculation,
exactly. You're
given
going by
evidence we have
speculation.
exists. Yeah,
So-
reasonable speculation
Okay,
based
you're
on
going by
evidence we have.
reasonable- Okay, you're going by reasonable speculation, and I'm going by actual seen feats.
Reasonable speculation can be done through deduction of evidence we have.
That's fine, but we're going by different.
Inaccurate
We're going
term.
by different things.
If I see someone holding a knife
But-
and
but
I
this-
see a
but-
dead
but-
body with a
but
knife wound, and I
Errol,
see a trail of blood
one
leading
sec.
to them, can
One
I
sec.
speculate that they stabbed them? Even though I didn't see it, can I speculate that they stabbed
you
them
can
because they're
speculate,
holding a
but-
knife,
but
a
you
blood
might
trail
still
leads to
be
them,
wrong.
and there's
You
a
can
stab wound?
You can speculate, but you might still be wrong.
But there's more.
whereas
But there's
I
a better
say-
case to make that
whereas
I'm
I
right than
say-
I'm wrong, and you
whereas
can't
I
say,
say-
"Oh, there's a 99."
Yeah, but you
It-
might still you might still be wrong. Whereas I say
Vaccines,
because I've not seen
99.
it.
Okay,
Whereas my point is because I've not seen it, I can't make
Okay.
the speculation.
okay. But
That's
what
the
about
difference
okay?
between our stances?
You have hand sanitizers known to kill 99% of germs. Are you not going to use it because that 1% that it doesn't kill? No,
I
you're
don't
going to
think-
use
I
it
think that's a
because the
false
evidence says
I think that's a false
99.9% of that.
What you said
you
before,
put it on-
what you said before was perfect. You saw a guy, you saw the trail of blood, you saw a guy with a knife, right? You can speculate that he might have stabbed the person, but you might still be wrong. Whereas me, I'm going by, I'm not going to speculate because I might be wrong, so I'm only going to go by what I actually know. So if I've not seen it, I can't say that he has. So that's the difference between our stances.
Okay, I understand that, but there's reasonable speculation
No,
you can
but
make,
I'm not
which
saying-
isn't
I'm not saying
wrong
your
to do.
speculation is wrong. Just how you can't say that I'm wrong when I'm saying I can only go by what has been shown.
Okay, Dedu, I need your opinion. I need to know because here's the thing. Here's where, because this is the confusion that I'm seeing presented. You have to have it 100% stated.
No,
Right.
has to be stated or seen. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes argument.
I'm not, but that's not to say your speculation is wrong because you might be right in your speculation, but it's not being shown.
Okay,
So,
but here's
so
the thing,
neither
here's
of
the
us
thing.
can really win at this point.
Yeah, that's the exact thing. There's no middle ground to settle on. If that's the case,
Exactly,
You
but
only
my
take
stance
shown in
is
statements.
but
There's
my
no middle
stance is
ground.
the only one that actually has factual evidence.
No, it doesn't.
No, both
No.
sides have factual evidence. It's how you
Oh my-
interpret the evidence that's
Okay,
different.
Who?
Both sides
Okay,
Hold on.
let me ask.
I can
Who is a
settle
better?
that.
Who would be?
does it
Okay,
not?
because I'm making the argument that because Isagi has only ever been seen training to do volleys, that when you put him in the stationary, a dead ball position, right, he's going to have a worse time as he's going to be an average.
Speculation.
Yes, but he's going to have an average because we haven't seen anyone take PKs.
There you go.
The whole,
and that's
the
my
whole
point
what if is
exactly.
speculation.
So you're
So it's under.
speculating that,
Wait,
and I'm
so
speculating
the whole-
that.
the whole what if is speculation.
You've not seen it.
Wait, no.
Very-
Right. Wait, give me
That's
a
like
second.
saying
Give me a
Igaguri is
second.
as good as
Igaguri
Isagi.
as Rin as a dead ball, or as Kunigami at a penalty. Since we've seen nobody take penalties, Igaguri is just as good as a penalty shooter as Kunigami.
In
That's what
arguments
you're
like this, where
logic-
it's what
But
if
you
and
say-
speculative points.
If that's your point, if you say that, right, you can't neither be wrong. You can't be wrong in.
You can
stating
make
that.
an argument, an evidence-based
but you
argument.
can't be wrong in stating that though, because it's truth. What he stated is just a truth.
Yeah, but you're nitpicking. You're nitpicking the fact that you're nitpicking that 0.1% of the germs you don't kill. That's what you're nitpicking here. That's
I'm
what
not
that's what you're
nitpicking
going at.
anything.
You are
I'm-
because
I'm-
in a realm of speculation,
Where
within
we're-
this speculation, there is a right and there is a wrong.
Yeah, but you can't know if you're right or
Here's-
wrong because you're
Yes,
speculating.
you can. Yes, you can by observing previous
No,
evidence.
You can't.
Okay, I can say that
can't.
Rain would be a better penalty kick taker than Igaguri because Rin is regarded as one of the best shooters in Blue Lock and has a huge bag of arsenals for his shooting. He has power shots, he has curve shots, and he has outside spin shots. Igaguri has not been shown to have any kind of shooting technique that surpasses that kind of ability. Therefore, I can say that Rin would be a better free kick taker.
You can say that, and there's nothing wrong with saying that. It's still a speculation at the end of the day.
But you're trying to be like, oh, just because it's speculating. But that's a reasonable argument. Therefore, it's the more correct one to make.
No, it's not. No.
Brother, oh my God.
It's
I'm
a
going to
reasonable
have a
argument,
fucking stroke.
But doesn't mean it's the correct one to make. You can have a reasonable argument and still be wrong. You do know that.
Yes, you can't. But in the regards to this, in speculative, but it's all speculation because the topic is speculation. You can say a right for the speculation or a wrong for the speculation.
The topic isn't speculation. The topic is who.
What gives Isagi the edge?
The topic is who do you think should take the penalty, Rin or
and this is a stronger
Rayo.
Argument versus this. That's
Rin
if I present you an argument using factual data and evidence from websites that are credibly sourced, and you just use opinions, it is just a speculated point. It is an argumentative point. There is no right or wrong because it's your opinion, but that still doesn't change the fact that one is more backed up and one is not.
Opinions can still be right or wrong, right? Speculation,
but it's your opinion. Like it's your opinion on a topic. If I provide factual evidence to say one point, and you just use your religion or you use
in my part as well. Yeah,
no, you're not.
I didn't provide facts
what gives Isagi the edge over Rao? What gives Isagi the edge over Rao? What have we seen from Isagi? What have we seen?
I've seen Isagi score more goals.
Okay, but you have to look at the context and where he's scoring the goals.
But that's the edge that I'm giving.
The edge you're giving, but what's the context for the goals?
He's scoring goals in tough situations.
So is Shido.
And he's also scoring goals in clutch situations.
Okay, let me say this. Shido in the PXG game, his and Charles's chemical reaction was stated by Noah if they did not do anything, Shido would have ended the game. Right? Does that mean that Shido's Dragon Header goal is by far more impressive than anything else than Isagi's done?
But
because
no,
it was never stated after Isagi's PXG goal that if they didn't do something about Isagi, they were going to lose. Shido 100% from Noah, the best striker in the world. He said if we don't do anything to them, then they're winning. Then they are winning the game.
Yeah.
That was never stated for Isagi or anything relative. Therefore, does that mean that Shido's goal surpasses anything more than what Isagi's done?
Because it's not about Shido's goals. It's about the team being better than theirs.
So it depends on the context then. So it does depend on the context.
Yeah.
So then what's there's the context for Isagi scoring his goals that matter.
But I never denied that. You're acting like I denied it. I never denied it.
I'm gonna have a fucking stroke.
I never denied it. Bro, at this point, neither of us can be right. Because we've never seen either of them take a penalty.
Where is Lexio when I need him? Where is Lexio?
Never seen either of them take a penalty. So neither of us can be right. And no one that you can throw in can actually be right.
Hold on 1 second.
Appeal to authority currently happening? God, you two are a married couple, I swear down.
the only way anyone can be right in this argument,
more than my parents.
The only way anyone can be right in this argument is to actually show either Isagi or Rayo scoring a penalty. That's literally the only way.
Ready? Reasonable conclusion. Penalties are easy. If you miss them, you're ass. Therefore, both players are not ass, and they can both score penalties.
I think they both score it, but I'm picking Isagi because I've seen him score more goals. Simple as that.
Well,
but he scored volley goals.
Well, oh my!
Okay, but
Rayo has a bigger. But he scored volley goals. His one technique that he's refined.
Hold on. Ladies, chill.
But I haven't seen Isagi score a dead ball either.
Exactly. So that's an equalizer. So now we're equal. What is the next bit that you're gonna go for? You're gonna go for he's got a bigger arsenal of shots, right? And I'm gonna go for but this one's got more goals. So,
okay, if you put Isagi as the figurehead, like he was on Bastard Munchen, he's scoring 4 goals. Rayo scored a goal, not being the figurehead. If you give him support, he could definitely score as many goals.
Yeah, but
Again, speculation.
Isagi was never the figurehead.
Isagi was one of the main figureheads in Manshine
in.
City. He was a figurehead. In Manshine City, he was regarded as a figurehead.
No, he had to force himself. Oh my days, no.
I will read you Noah Noah's
Let's not
direct.
do that.
I will read you Noah Noah's direct
Let's not
words.
do that.
I will read Noah Noah's
The only person
direct
on Isagi's side at Manshine City was Corona Ranze and Gagamaru.
Okay. Extremely rational style uses Kaiser as the team's finisher. Second, blue lock style. Chemical reactions means of all-out egoism. And you have Isagi and Kunigami as one side, Kaiser, Ness, and Grim as the other side. Right? Isagi is a figurehead of the blue lock system. That's who he is.
A system that how many players did he have on his side at that point?
Hello.
Still doesn't. It's okay, Lexio. We are having a huge debate, and I need rationality here. Raito and I are having a debate.
You can't call Lexio for rationality.
Yes. Well, Dennis not helping. No offense, Dennis. No offense. You're here for the laughs.
Yep.
I want to clarify. I personally want to say, of all of the people here, I feel like I'm the most rational because
right now, yes.
Whilst I can sometimes be like, "Hey, Nana, say," I can also sometimes be like, "I'm just way too." Like I can be rational because I acknowledge my bias so much.
Lexio, here's the debate. I will explain it. And Raito, chime in if I'm wrong on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're having a debate. One of the questions, so the earlier context is that I said, why don't we do this? Let's have a bet. This Saturday, let's each put up our Blue Lock U20 World Cup bingo cards, where we give a bingo card list, 25 slots of things we think will happen in the U20 World Cup.
What's going on here? Who's Lexio rival?
Yo, what up?
Oh.
But so you're here. This will be interesting. But yeah, on Saturday, we have the bingo. We have the bingo.
What time?
What the fuck? No, listen. Fuck, I have to start over now. This Saturday, we made a bet. Saturday, we are revealing to everyone, we are making a Blue Lock U20 World Cup bingo chart. Each of us individually will make one. We're going to present it. Whoever gets a bingo on their chart first wins $10. Everyone puts in $10 of their current currency into a pot. The winner of whoever gets the bingo gets that at the end of the World Cup, or whoever gets that whoever gets that as they win when they get the bingo.
Plot twist: nobody gets the bingo.
One of the then no one gets the money, right? Then that's
what do you do with it?
You keep your money. I put in $10. No one wins. I just get my $10 back.
Give it to charity or something.
Okay, fine. We'll do that. We'll all go towards our charity. We'll put the money towards the charity. Okay. One of the people said for one of their things, right? He said Isagi would miss a penalty. And I said Isagi would be horrible at being a penalty kick taker in relation to the other goal scorers we have in Blue Lock. And I said I would rather have Rayo over Isagi. Raito would rather have Isagi as a penalty kick taker. I would rather have Rayo. And the debate is happening between who would be better at taking penalty kicks. I say Rayo. Raito says Isagi. Suki, Lexio?
I think this debate is very
Are we choosing who's going to be the penalty taker?
No, who would be a better one? Who would be a better penalty? Who would be
Rayo easily. The hell?
Isagi would be a great penalty taker because he's got his direct shot and everything. However, the direct shot is something that can be copied by the likes of Rayo, as well as many other shooting weapons, which gives Rayo a more varied arsenal. So,
well, here's the thing: the direct shot isn't that good, though. The direct shot isn't that good because the direct shot only works from a volley thing. It only works from a volley. That's why the direct shot's so good. Is because Isagi predicts the future and takes the shots so no one can catch up to it. That's what a direct shot is.
Yeah, no. What I was saying though is, I can see why people say Isagi might be the best because
no one's saying the best.
He's just just between Isagi and Rayo, who would be a better one of those two characters? Who would be a better penalty?
Rayo, clearing out Rayo. There's no debate. It's Rayo.
Raito, what smoke were you cracking, bro?
Bro,
What smoke were
I've
you
not
cracking for
seen.
this?
So my argument is right. I've not seen Rayo score a penalty, and I've not seen Isagi score a penalty. But I have seen Isagi score more goals than Rayo, and I've seen Rayo miss a dead ball situation, which was the free kick that he didn't score in the first selection.
You
The
think
first
Isagi would have
selection
scored
is your
that? You
evidence
think
right now.
Isagi would have scored?
Okay.
Isagi's not scoring a free kick, bro. Unless
But
he
we
Isagi
like,
don't, we
does
also-
don't,
like
we don't, we
Isagi
don't know
also
that
got.
because we've
Can
never
I also
seen
tell
him
you,
take it.
Isagi got stopped from a dead ball situation? By the way, in the first selection, you want to use evidence there? Isagi got stopped from a dead ball situation.
he had
I
big
want to
fast for
clarify.
stopping
Raito,
Isagi, bro. What are we gonna talk
Raito,
about?
Which bit? Which
Raito.
bit? Go. Yeah.
No,
so-
Raito, real quick. Have you ever seen anyone in Blue Lock score a penalty?
No. Exactly.
Has anyone
And that's
scored
my
a
point.
win?
He's trying to use the fact that we haven't seen anyone take it as evidence because, well, you could still be wrong, but I have a better case for I'm right.
No,
I have a
but-
better
but
argument.
here's the
No,
thing.
I said
No.
it's an equalizer. So the
I
fact
want
that
to
we've not seen,
make a definitive point.
so the fact that we've not
If
seen,
someone, wait, Raito, if someone can make a penalty with a weapon that isn't purely based on something innate that they were born with, Rayo can replicate it. Therefore, Rayo can also make the penalty. We've never seen Isagi make a penalty. We've never seen Rayo make a penalty. But we know penalties have been made based around skills, and Rayo can imitate the skills.
but
Therefore, we
but
know
then, okay,
Rayo has a 99% chance to make a shot as long as that shot has been used to make a penalty before. Because it's the 99% the copy. Whereas Isagi has zero evidence for it. Rayo
Wait,
has.
Arrow said
But-
something about Rail copying Noah's. I don't know if was it a gaming simulation. I
Yeah,
forgot.
So
he was
but-
copying a gaming simulation. But even
Oh.
then, that's not the point. The point I was making was even if you want to argue that Isagi is better with direct shots, I would say, which he's not, which in that situation, direct shot means nothing. I would say that because Rayo has the ability to copy numerous different people to 99% with their shooting techniques, examples, sword screw, gyro shot, range curve shot, range trivela shot. Those are just 4 that I can name that he can copy.
none of which have gone in.
Okay. Okay,
Apart
but
from
listen.
no, not even sword screw.
Listen, right? The fact that Rayo can copy those weapons would make him a more deadly threat as someone coming up to take a penalty kick because you do not know what he is going to do. That era of mystery of what is he going to shoot with is more scary than Isagi who comes up with average dead ball controlled shot.
But we don't know if it's average dead ball controlled.
What
shot
is
because
okay?
we've not-
A controlled
we've not
Rail
shot
seen
is
has
a
him
both
take
bullet.
one.
legs. Isagi has one breath.
We've because we've not seen him take. Okay, but a penalty, a good penalty taker doesn't need to have many different penalties.
But Isagi's only shooting weapon is a volley. That's
Okay,
it.
I have a
Oh.
question. Raito,
Mhm.
do you believe Kaiser or Isagi would
It's
be better
Kaiser,
at taking
and
a
Rail could
penalty?
literally copy 99%.
I think
of
Kaiser would be better, of course.
Rayo can copy the technique of the Kaiser impact. He won't have the
How do we
insane
know that?
shots.
How do we know that?
Because of how the weapon
He's a
works.
talented learner technique,
Yeah,
bruh.
We've
no,
not
he
seen him
doesn't
do
have
it.
the shot
That's
swing.
because
He doesn't have
we
the
haven't seen him
copy
we have not seen him copy a lot of things.
Bro,
Does
we
not
make-
mean he
but-
cannot
but
do
then
it.
Why are we making it
Okay,
up then?
Raito, question.
Because he
You
has the
do realize-
capability to do so.
My issue is all you guys are you're basing it on head
We're-
cannons. You're basing
No,
it on
we're basing it on
Raito.
evidence that characters
right,
have that justifies our argument.
It's not been done though.
That doesn't mean anything.
No, it
Okay,
should.
okay, wait,
No,
wait,
it doesn't.
It should.
Everyone, calm down.
No, it doesn't.
Guys, calm down.
Ladies,
I'm
shut
gonna make
the
some
fuck
statements.
up.
Yes,
I'm
Daddy.
gonna make some statements. Rayo, we know, can copy any physical skill technique that isn't solely based on being born with special talents, such as specific muscles or double jointedness or stuff that he doesn't have to be born with. He can copy. So whilst he can't copy Kaiser's insanely quick natural shot swing, he can copy everything else about the Kaiser impact. How do we know this? Because the rest of the Kaiser impact is just Kaiser using different footballing techniques. How do we know Rayo can copy this? Because it's been stated Rayo
Listen,
is
I'm
able
not.
to
I'm not
copy
even arguing that.
techniques
Like, I
from
know
Rayo's
he
past
can
Raito,
do all
players.
that.
Raito.
I
Let's
know
hear
he can
finish.
do all that. But all I'm saying
Let's
is
No,
you using that
Raito,
as an
Raito,
argument. That's
Raito.
based on
We're taking
Raito.
speculation.
turns. We're taking
Raito,
turns.
Raito.
Raito, you're the oldest person in
It's
the
not
room. Calm the down.
Raito.
What do you
I
mean?
want
I
to
am calm.
Raito. I want to clarify. It's not been shown that he can do it, but
I
it's been
know
stated
exactly,
that
and that's my point
no,
exactly.
no, 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 no. But your point's wrong because it's been stated that he can copy the weapons of people who use skills. The Kaiser Magnus is just a
Cool,
combination of skills.
cool,
Therefore, not the Kaiser Magnus, just the Kaiser Impact. Sorry.
cool,
Therefore, he can copy the
Hold
Kaiser
on.
Impact.
cool. That's a speculation still.
It's
No, it's not.
not.
Oh
It
my
was
days! How is it
literally
not?
Chris Prince said Rayo can copy the skills of most players in the NEL. The
Most.
few he can't copy are those who were born with natural talents most humans can't achieve on their own. Nothing about Kaiser's impact is a natural
Aside
talent.
aside from the swing speed, but he does stuff to make his
Yeah,
swing speed faster.
but yeah,
He makes
the
it
swing
faster.
speed you can do plenty of things to make your swing speed faster. Whilst he will never reach the exact same swing speed, he will reach a swing speed fast enough to still effectively use a toned down version of the Kaiser
That's
Impact.
that's that's nice for real. That's nice for real.
Okay, but
But
you're
we.
okay.
But why is Isagi missing? Tell me that. Why is Isagi missing these penalties?
I'm
Because
not
it's
It's
saying
more
not.
predictable to see what
because
he's gonna
No,
do.
no, no. Righto, we never said Isagi was missing.
No, Ray.
We just said
I'm saying that
Arrow
Rayo's
did.
we,
better.
Arrow did.
Rayo
Rayo
is.
we're
has a
just
better
saying
chance.
I said there's a
Hold on,
bigger
hold
chance
on,
that
hold
Isagi
on.
would miss. I said there's a bigger
Hey,
chance Isagi would miss and he would score.
I think this is a comparison of Isagi has a 92% chance to score, Rayo has a 94. That's literally it. They're both not gonna miss, but realistically, who's gonna more consistently hit that shot? It's gonna be Rayo.
But my argument to that is, I've seen Rayo miss, but I've seen
I've seen
Isagi
Isagi
score more.
miss.
Yeah,
Okay, Raito,
I've seen
Raito,
Isagi
you've
miss
seen.
one shot.
Okay, I want to clarify. No,
How many
have
shots have you seen Rayo miss?
I want to
I've seen
clarify.
him
Rayo
miss
We've
doesn't even
seen.
shoot that much,
more,
bro.
3 or 4.
We've seen.
Current Rayo.
Wait.
Current
Yeah.
Rayo.
What? Why are
Can
we
I
doing
can I
current?
clarify?
We're going
Technically,
by the
we do
archive of
know.
misses. Why are we doing current?
Wait,
Because
we
this
do
is
know.
current characters. You can't
But then,
say
but then,
first
how
selection
far can I go back then? How far can I go back?
NEL.
Stop talking. Stop
NEL
talking over
late
me.
U20
Stop
best.
talking over me. Stop talking over me.
God, you
Okay,
guys need to
so
learn how to take
when
turns.
you look at it, if you are going with Raito's decision to go as far back, we know Isagi has missed more than Rayo because we know Isagi struggled relatively with the 100 goals.
Nah, bro,
Rayo
I don't
came
think
out
you can
before
use that.
Isagi, and we saw Rayo still in the room when Isagi entered it. Therefore, Isagi went into the 100 goals before Rayo, meaning he started before Rayo. Rayo came out before him, meaning
But that
Rayo did it
actually doesn't
quicker.
necessarily
Rayo,
miss it. That actually doesn't
yes, it does.
necessarily
That
mean
means Rayo
miss
did
is
it
more.
more efficiently than Isagi. Meaning
But
we know
Rayo might have been
Rayo.
doing different drills too.
Might have.
Yeah,
Remember,
exactly.
might
But
have.
this is what I'm saying. It's all speculation at this point.
Speculation.
That's my argument. It's
No,
all
but you're using
speculation at this point.
okay, but you're creating it off of evidence we have. If one person goes in somewhere first, comes out after someone who went in after them, the person who went in after them but finished earlier, finished the challenge first. They finished it quicker. That's non-debatable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You cannot debate that.
Yeah.
So if Isagi goes into the 100 goals challenge first,
Mm-hmm.
comes out after Rayo, despite going in before Rayo, Rayo finished the 100 goals challenge faster than Isagi, and
Keep in mind,
therefore
Rayo didn't
completed
even
it
go
easier,
first.
and either had better shooting than Isagi to where he could finish it faster, or just had less difficulty with it than Isagi. Because how else do you explain him getting out of the challenge first, despite going in later? Give me an
Nagi
answer.
goes first for his team too. So Rayo doesn't even go first for his team, unlike Isagi. Cooked.
Yeah,
God, Hiyori versus.
And they did say go
Asuka.
in one at a time, so there had to have been a period of time before Rayo could go in, right? Like assuming it was Rain, then it was Isagi, and then Nagi. Assuming Rayo went right after, let's assume that there was still only maybe a minute difference. Rayo came out, I'm pretty sure, 7 players before Isagi did. I'm pretty sure Rayo was 8 and he was 15.
Rayo was 10.
Rayo was 10, so 5
Because
players.
I want to clarify, we know that Nagi went in before Rayo and Isagi, and Isagi was actually the person directly after Nagi to go in. And Nagi was the first member of Team Z, and then Isagi came out after Rayo.
Alrighty. How about
That means by you can't say speculation because that's how shit works. If I do something faster
But
than you,
we don't know what those were.
it was 100 goals.
how about we just settle it by saying they'd probably both score their penalty?
No, but
And then-
it's just
and
a matter
then-
of who would be
we
a
know
better
they
penalty
both score.
kicker.
We know.
Yeah,
Hold
it's
on,
just who's
hold
a
on,
better penalty
hold on.
taker.
And then, okay, ready?
It's not even
We
who's
can-
better.
we can-
It's who
we
you
can-
prefer
we can-
over.
We can even it out by saying, how about we give Rayo like earlier penalties for extra unpredictability, but we give Isagi the last penalty for plot armor, so now they're equal. How about we settle with
Okay,
that?
so
But then that would still make Rayo the better one because Isagi's being
I want
pushed
to
by the
clarify.
fact of being the main character.
I want to clarify, I have just went through episode Nagi in the chapter where they go to do the 100 goals, and it is confirmed that every single player had to score 100 goals. We see Igaguri diving
but
for a header.
it's not
We see-
confirmed how.
But
we
it's still a
see
matter of that
Igaguri-
means Rayo had an easier time with the 100 goals challenge. You can't say Rayo had an easier 100 goals challenge
Yeah.
because if it was scaled off of that, if it was scaled off of like difficulty, Rayo would have had a more difficult time because it was a higher ranked player.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a harder time, went in after, and still finished earlier.
Okay. So, but what does that prove now?
What the fuck?
It would.
If I have a harder
Okay,
test, if
but
I
the
start a
proof-
test after
Okay,
you
but what
and
does
I
that
finish it
prove
first,
in
but
the
my
Hold
test was
on.
argument?
But my
Ladies,
test was
ladies.
but my test was high school level and yours was elementary school level. That means mine was significantly more difficult than
Okay,
yours, and I still finished first.
In the
Hold on.
context of our-
Okay.
Yeah, there you go on.
Basically, in simple terms, since Rayo finished his challenge quicker, it implies that Rayo's ability to goal score is more consistent and effective.
Okay.
See? Nice
Because I want to clarify, Ego directly stated this was to ensure that their weapons were performing at their weapons peak for goal scoring. Therefore, whatever the challenge is, it is both to help them develop and also to guarantee they can score the goals as consistently as possible.
Yeah, based
So for
on
Rayo to go in after Isagi when they both have a 100 goals that sticks to their weapon, back when Rayo didn't really have a weapon at all, because at this point he hadn't developed his copying ability. He was just an all-rounder. So realistically, Rayo's 100 goals would have literally just been average penalties, because he was just an all-round player.
wait, did
Yeah.
you
Also, here
when you
specific.
look at
Sorry.
this- when you
Here,
look
let
at
me
this
go.
logically, because Isagi got passes specifically so he could make direct shots. Nagi got passes for him to trap and then shoot with. Therefore, if you were looking at a player like Rayo, who at this time, all he was an all-round player, he would get shots that were just average. He would literally just get the most difficult to make shots, but the easiest passes to him to make it with. Then you've got to factor in other players. Like, we know for a fact, Igaguri had to dive for his because he had headers. Corona had to quickly turn on an axis because we see him turning and kicking during the episode Nagi. It's all to do with what weapons they have. Rayo,
Yeah.
whose
It's
weapon
all
is
to
just
do with their weapons.
being overall good, would just have buttfuck like penalties to take. It would be nothing special. Therefore, he's had more training at fucking nothing special penalties. And then you've
Wait, what?
got to factor in how we see.
Wait,
I
you
want
say
to clarify.
he's more training at penalties?
Yes,
I'm more
because Rayo's
controlled.
directly
standard shots.
Rayos
Yeah.
would have directly just been closer to normal penalties than Isagi's because of what Rayo's skill set was at
Also,
the time.
yeah. Also,
Eh?
if we're going off of direct
Wait,
shots,
what
how would Ego know that Isagi would be good at direct shots? Are we assuming that he was watching the footage, right?
Yeah, he would have seen
So
it.
then, doesn't it make sense that he would have way more controlled shots than Isagi because when you rewatch the footage, Rayo took the free kicks for his team. No one else did. So wouldn't it make more sense to give him more controlled dead ball shots?
Maybe, but that's a speculation. We don't.
No,
actually
but
know if that
it
was the
makes
case.
sense. You're using the argument.
we
Well, it
don't
wasn't
know
shown.
that.
You can't say that.
We
When you're
don't know-
making an
we don't know
argument,
if dead ball was part of the 100-goal challenge.
but we're making a speculation.
Yeah, we're
but that's
making-
the.
You
But
know
that's
what?
the point. This entire argument is a
This
speculation.
This is
So
my
every
point.
speculation is fair game.
I have a way.
Lady,
I have a way to
lady.
end this right here,
If you
right
want to go
now.
by speculation,
No, I'm not going to this
no
motherfucker
one
admits
can
it.
be wrong.
Both of you, both.
No
I'm
one
still
can
not
be
I'm
wrong.
going to,
I'm on
If
B
you
I
Big
want to
Boys.
clarify.
If you want
I'm
to go by
about to end
speculation,
this.
nobody
Want a
can be wrong.
banana?
Lexio.
Did we see Sai with his curve shot score off of it was a corner, correct?
No, it was pushed
No,
to.
sorry, Rin scored in the second selection off of a corner with his curve shot, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Olympico.
We have also seen fucking Rayo copy that curve shot.
When?
When?
We know Rayo can
When?
mimic a curve shot that
Well,
has
we've
I'm,
not
happened.
seen it.
yeah,
Anyways,
I'm blanking. When did he do that?
So, Sofian,
In the
we're not
Manshine game,
arguing the
he
better striker.
That was the
copied.
Trivela, not the
Yo, one sec.
not
Let
the
me just
corner.
answer
He
this.
did the Trivela.
One
It was
sec. Let me
Trivela.
just answer this. We're not answering who's the better striker, right? I think we would all agree that Isagi's the better striker.
Yeah, I would
No,
agree.
he's not.
But we're
I would say he is,
talking
yes.
about
Come on.
who would
Let's
we
not
prefer?
have an argument.
Who would we prefer to take a penalty out of Isagi and Rayo? That's what the
So wait. My thing is though, do you think Isagi's standard controlled shooting ability far outclasses Rayo's diverse arsenal when it comes to shooting?
No, I don't think it far outclasses it. No.
Okay,
Then
I'm gonna ask this, Raito.
But
why would you want Isagi to be the penalty
What if you was
taker?
to
Error.
who
Let's
would
let
you want
Lexio ask
to
his
take the
question.
shot? I would
Raito,
pick
I have a
Isagi because
question.
I've seen Isagi score more goals. That's always been
Raito,
my
I have a
argument.
question.
Yeah, but it's the situation of
Hold on,
Isagi's
let
getting a
Lexio
world
ask
class
his
assist though.
question.
That's what he's
I'm gonna
getting.
ask my question, and it should be able to settle this if Raito just answers it honestly.
Mhm.
Raito,
Mhm.
which characters who are in Blue Lock or the Japan U20 team, just the NEL players in general, which characters are you saying would be better to take penalties than Isagi?
There's lots, bro. There's Rayo,
Name them.
Kunigami.
Ah!
You just said Rayo.
Oh, my bad. I mean Rin, not Rayo. I mean Rin, not Rayo.
Alright.
You
Sorry.
little
Anyway,
rage
Rayo,
baiter.
and everyone-
You little rage
everyone's
baiter.
saying Rayo, but Rin,
Because he is.
Kunigami, Baro,
Okay, wait. Why Rin?
because he's got great shooting technique, and I've seen him score dead balls.
And we've seen Rayo is able to copy the shooting technique of Rin. That has been shown. Therefore, Rayo is
Yeah,
better
but
than
he's
Isagi as
not
well.
scored from it, so I don't think he's any.
But
good.
he scored shooting
Hold
against Gagamaru Best
What difference does
keeper
that make?
in the
Raito,
series.
Raito.
What difference does
Best
that
keeper.
make? This
Hold
guy
on.
became a
Baro
keeper that game.
has failed a shot against Gagamaru. Are you saying Baro's worse than
Kamaru
Isagi?
became a keeper the game before.
Okay,
Oh,
wait,
he
hold.
didn't,
Can I
actually.
can I ask you? Can I ask you? Right, Rayo, Rayo in against Barcha. Is his shooting better or worse than Kunigami at the start of the NEL?
Against Barcha.
So Manshine
Wait.
final game versus Kunigami first game.
Mm-hmm.
Worse or better? Is Kunigami's shooting better than Rayo's?
Rayo's shooting or Kunigami shooting?
Kunigami shooting. Is Kunigami shooting better than Rayo?
Yeah.
At that point.
Rayo's, yeah.
It is better. Kunigami got his shot blocked by the Barcha goalkeeper. Rayo didn't.
Okay, but it was his weak. It was his ambidextrous shot. It wasn't his.
Yeah. Also, if you look
on his
back,
right foot.
Kunigami trained his body to be equal on both sides. I will pull up the panel.
Yeah.
Well, you
So
can't.
his righty is going to be
Yeah,
just
but-
as strong as his lefty.
I mean, even in ambidexterity, I don't know if that's actually complete.
That's what Isagi said.
I know, but that's what everyone says.
No, that's
trained
what Isagi said about Kunigami specifically.
But
Here,
he's not
let me.
natural. He's not natural ambidextrous.
All of his physical abilities have skyrocketed. He can shoot solo goals from anywhere. He's become a perfect striker with no weak spots. No weak spots implies both sides are equally as strong.
Right now.
Wait, let Dedu speak because he was trying to say something.
Just to say, trained ambidexterity can never reach the same physical harmony as natural ambidexterity. That's just
But the difference is that with Kunigami, the reason he was able to become ambidextrous, stated by him, was because of his naturally insane physical ability, right? It was genetic. That genetic factor is what led him to have that. Sure, you have like Nanase. Are you then implying that like Nanase's is better because he's naturally? No, Kunigami's is. Yeah. Kunigami's ambidexterity is better than Nanase's.
Yeah, if Nanase trained it, he would have better.
Well, Nanase doesn't have the physical abilities. That's what's carrying the ambidexterity. But that's the thing, though, is that his righty thing. If Isagi's saying no weak points, and let's go to Kunigami speaking to Isagi. I think it was 213 after his goal in Ubers, where he talked.
I do want to quickly ask: does anyone remember what chapter Rayo's stats got revealed?
Yeah, to 175. But let me read you Kunigami saying this. During the wildcard round, I was forced to become ambidextrous, but that only happened to work because of my muscle mass and bone structure. There is no point in you just copying my methods. If you end up building muscles in the wrong place, it'll throw off your body's balance, and there's a high probability that you lose your current level of performance. But you're not thinking about that and just are fixated on getting stronger. That won't get you anywhere, right? But Kunigami, he was able to train his body to where that issue didn't happen for him. His scoring ability did not decrease. His right and left side are almost identically as strong by a slight percentage at best. And again, that's just speculating at best. From the evidence and statements we have, from the feats we have, there is nothing to point out that Kunigami's right leg is any worse than his left. The only reason you could try and make a case to say that his left is stronger is simply the fact that his original ego, which we've been seeing get stoked by his original playstyle and his original desires, gives him an advantage. But even then, in terms of his physical talent, it's equal. He just gets into flow when he's using his original specs. But in terms of his ability to score, right and left leg are the same.
I would like to make a statement. This is going to go solely based on what we have seen, like Raito wants us to.
Mm-hmm.
The last point where both Isagi and Rayo's stats were confirmed was the Manshine game, where we saw how good they were. No, where we saw both of them at the same period in time is what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And their stats. So this is the most fair comparison we can make, because there's nowhere else where they have both at the same point in time had their stats revealed. So this is the closest we'll get to a definitive answer. And their shooting, this is what matters for a penalty. I think everyone can agree. Their shooting is what matters the most.
Yeah.
Their shooting is what we have to focus on here. Correct?
Yeah.
Is anyone going to disagree with me there?
I'm fine.
I wasn't listening. I'm reading.
The shooting of Isagi is rated as a 78. The shooting of Rayo is rated as an 82.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, based on what we know about both of their stats,
at that point,
Rayo's better there at shooting than Isagi.
What we know, though.
At that point.
But you're trying to use first selection evidence.
I want to clarify.
What do we know?
Raito, I'm just going off what you said, going based off what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I would like to ask again, Raito.
So how much would you say Isagi has improved his shooting? How many points?
Also, Ubers, last time we saw Isagi's stats score, he and Rayo had the same score. 82 in Ubers.
82. So even if we take Isagi's most modern score, which bear in mind was
updated.
It was 82 versus Rayo's in the previous game being the exact same.
Yeah.
So, how many points do you think Isagi's shooting went up from the period of Ubers to the end of the NEL?
I think a lot because he scored more goals in that period.
Well, don't forget that 82 is what scored him the goal in Ubers. That's what scored him the goals in Ubers. He wouldn't have just trained up
And he
his
scored 2
shooting.
more.
In
Also,
Ubers.
can we talk about this real quick? You said that Kunigami in Barca was a better shooter. Kunigami in Barca had an S tier shooting ability, so he was able to. He got his shot blocked by a goalkeeper, despite having at least a 90 in shooting. Rayo was able to score using it. Therefore, Rayo's shooting ability has to be comparable to a 90 for Kunigami. At minimum, 90 for Kunigami. Maybe a little bit above because he would need to score first attempt on that keeper.
Okay.
Kunigami took 2 shots.
I can see the logic behind that.
Hold on,
So
just to
therefore,
But
do you
it is an
say
assumption, but I can see the logic
do you
behind
say Isagi's shooting? Well, because I'm using the comparability of the evidence to make you're making a speculation, but we have the evidence to make it reasonable.
But I also have Isagi's 2 goals in his last game.
Yes, but you need to
His
need
goal.
to understand. But the context and how they score the goals matters, right? Isagi scored a volley, not a controlled on the ground dead ball,
Which is hard. It's harder to score.
Yeah, but the reason
Yeah,
Isagi
but
is
it's
such an
not
advanced
what
shooter, the reason why Isagi is so good at his shooting is because he is great with his volleys where he can fake people out with his volleys. When you have a controlled ball on the ground, his greatest advantage for his shooting style goes away.
Kaiser himself mentioned the technique that Isagi used to score that final goal.
The final goal, it was still a volley.
Yeah, exactly. But what I'm trying to say is a volley is a hard goal to score.
Yeah, but that doesn't. Okay, but it's a very different situation. Okay, would you say a volley is harder than a curve shot?
Isagi, a volley's harder than a curve shot.
So then you're saying that Isagi should be able to hit curve shots then, because a volley's harder.
He can.
Well, they're different techniques.
He's done it before.
They're different. They're different techniques. It's important to know.
Isagi can do that technique as well.
I want to clarify. A volley has nothing to do with a fucking penalty because the ball will be on the fucking floor.
No, but
so if you're skilled at doing volleys,
no one said it does.
Does not matter for penalties.
Lexio, you're going somewhere else. No one said it does.
Hold on. That's just going to spiral.
Yeah.
So I'm going to stop it there. Basically, so what you need to score a penalty is to be able to put the ball in the back of the net.
Yeah, it was University Day when I hear dudes arguing about fucking shooting, bro. But all right, I got it. Keep going.
I mean, the fact that this sounds like the most reasonable point is wild. So, what do you need to do to put the ball in the back of the net? Well, first of all, you're going to need to be able to beat the keeper standing in front of you. You can do that through superior shot power. Now, by applying... Oh, hold on. This is my talk. I'm holding the special piece of paper that lets me talk.
My bad.
By applying Newton's third law and the fact that Isagi could not push Rayo off the ball means that Rayo can take in more force. Via Newton's first law, he can therefore exert more force, which makes his shots more powerful since it's born from physical exertion. So we can say Rayo can have a more powerful shot. He's more built and all that, and also he can presumably imitate the Kaiser impact. Next, we're going to have shooting accuracy. And this can really go either way depending on how high you glaze Rayo's copy. But based on pure feats that we've seen, we can say he gets accuracy because he's able to shoot a ball while it's airborne, which does show the ability to conceptualize shooting trajectory.
I'll also say this.
I'm holding the paper.
Rayo's goal was a volley. Almost so.
I know. But from the feats that we've seen, Isagi is more consistent at being able to hit these harder shots when it comes to conceptualizing shooting trajectory and how to shoot to get the ball in the back of the net. Also, he's just a more consistent finisher in general, so it implies more effectiveness with his shooting technique. Okay, so you don't really need to curve for a penalty.
No.
I don't think.
Most people don't curve in a penalty.
So we've got power to Rayo and we've got efficiency to Isagi. And now another area to beat the goalkeeper is by being able to outwit them.
Mhm.
This is primarily done through ones like unpredictability or mind games. Isagi is obviously, I'd say, far better at mind games. He's better at psychologically toying with his opponents, because it's Slurrsagi who is better than Slurrsagi himself. But Rayo has the advantage in unpredictability with his copying. He could use a Kaiser Impact, he could use a fucking curve if he wanted to, God knows what. But it's that God knows what that makes Rayo so effective, because he has that air of unpredictability. So it comes down to whether you want the efficiency of putting the ball in the back of the net through somebody with a higher goal scoring rate and who scored under more difficult environmental circumstances, such as Isagi, or if you want someone that's able to shoot with a more powerful shot that can, through larger physical exertion or just general power in general, and as well as the extra added bonus of unpredictability through a 99% imitation. Therefore, verdict, it depends what kind of shooter you want, and also depends on the situation. Because Isagi's mind games and arguably greater composure means that he'd be able to more efficiently score a penalty in more high stakes, situations, whether it be taking the vital fifth penalty or taking one during the end of a game, which can decide a result. However, if you want somebody to take probably a more casual penalty in the middle of the game or an earlier spot in the penalty shootout, where you just want to beat the keeper to grab yourself a point, then you can argue Rayo because of his higher power and unpredictability. Therefore, it comes down to circumstances. There you go.
Thank you for that, Dedu. And I completely agree. And I think before I think we can put a full stop on it there. But the best point that has been said was from Aero when he said that with Rayo being able to score against the Barca goalkeeper over Kunigamin being able to score against him at that point, and the stats. Now that is an argument. When it comes to like the stats, I can't argue with that. So if Rayo stats are above Isagi's, then I would have to concede that point. But we don't know what they are right now. Right now we only know that they are on par. That's as far as we know so far. And we can do all the assumptions and the logical assumptions and stuff like that. But I think we won't be able to fully agree just yet, because I think we're looking at it from two different standpoints.
Yeah, I've seen, obviously, being in a debating community, I've seen both styles of argumentation, where obviously you've got like arrows, where it's like a process known as abduction, not like kidnapping, but it stems
Abduction.
from a logical reasoning process known as abductive reasoning, which, just like his knife and stabbing analogy, is defined as making the most logical assumption based on an incomplete set of evidence.
Mm.
We have the guy with the knife and the blood trail, so we use abductive reasoning to assume that he is the one who stabbed. However, it's a most likely or a probable rather than a certainty, because it could be that this person picked up the knife and was walking with it for whatever reason. Perhaps they were a witness and they are being manipulated into throwing away the evidence. Or perhaps they arrived later onto the scene and picked up the knife maybe as an attempt to take it out of the body to try and, make attempts to save their life. So it's just based on a probable thing. And Raito's argumentation style follows a considered credible psychological debate tactic known as Hitchens's razor, where it states that something that can be proposed without evidence can be refuted without evidence. For example, that's why you were pushing, because we've seen neither take a penalty. We can't state which one is better at taking penalties. You say because Aero's saying Rayo would be better at penalties, has no technically tangible evidence because they haven't taken a penalty, you then unknowingly use Hitchens' razor to say that it cannot be true then because there is no tangible evidence. Whereas then Aero would counter by using abductive reasoning by saying a probable thing based on an incomplete set of evidence to then make a viable solution or conclusion. So, voila. I just said that for basically no reason.
Man. Okay, yeah. That was a wild debate. Good debate though. I quite enjoyed it.
You just gave me my next TikTok.
I'm glad I could inspire, man. I'm glad I could inspire. But yeah, it's a good argument. I think you can go either way. I think most people will lean towards Rayo, and towards the end, I sort of was, but I think we leave it there.
Yeah, like I said, it's situational.
Yeah,
Like I think when it comes to just get the ball in the back of the net, I think Rayo's unpredictability in power is definitely a deciding factor. But like when it comes to like end game and having the efficiency and the composure and the plot armor.
That's where I agree. I think in game, if we're talking active play, Isagi all the way, right? Because Isagi has shown that he is way better under pressure, right? Because even after Rayo scored his goal, right? He was like, "I'm sorry," because he didn't mean to do that. He didn't mean to take the shot. He just did it off.
Yeah, he did it.
Right? Isagi has way better composure, right? But the one thing that holds me over for that is that you go for the penalty thing. Isagi's greatest element when it comes to his shooting is the fact that his shooting can be now done with either foot, but the advantage for it being with either foot comes from the fact of it needing to be a volley to throw off the timing. That's what makes his shot so effective. So when you put him in a dead ball, it takes away his greatest advantage and it kind of just leaves him with whatever base controlled shooting he has, right? Yeah. Well, Rayo, on the other hand, you put him in that situation, it's better for him because he doesn't have to stress about active play. He can maintain that composure in the situation because he dictates the timing of everything. He dictates his run-up. He dictates the style of shooting he wants to use. He can dictate the copy. He can decide where exactly he wants to hit without the pressure of someone on him. The elements of taking the penalty shot gives Rayo the benefit, in my opinion, because Rayo struggles in more active play. While there's more downtime, Rayo has better composure, in my opinion. So going into situations, Rayo has a bigger kit, and he doesn't lose and Isagi loses his biggest advantage. It's not that Isagi's bad, because I would say Isagi and Rayo are relative shooters in active play because of their Rayo has the diversity, Isagi has the quickness and the unpredictability of it, like the quickness to take the shot, and then the left or right. I'd say they're even in that factor. But when you take away, it's the fact that Isagi's nerfed as a penalty kicker, while Rayo isn't. And I think because Isagi's nerfed so hard that Rayo has that upper hand. Like, Rayo is put in a better situation and is slightly buffed, while Isagi is drastically nerfed. So I think nerfed Isagi, Rayo is therefore the better penalty kick taker because he's in a penalty kicks are a better situation for Rayo as a player. So therefore, I would say that he's better as a penalty kicker than Isagi. That's where I make my case. Situation's better for Rayo than Isagi. Isagi loses his biggest strength. Therefore, I would not want Isagi.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm not knocking that. I think it'll be really interesting to see where both their shooting starts are.
I think if Isagi's a shooter, Rayo better also be a shooter. If I see a situation where Isagi is one of the penalty kick takers and Rayo isn't, I'm confused. If I see Rayo as a penalty kick taker, I'm not always going to think Isagi should be as well. You know what I mean?
I do think there are people above both of those guys.
Oh, 100%. Kunigami, Bado, Green. Those three easily.
Yeah.
Easily those three. Bado has Predator Eye for better precision, and he can. I think Bado has also surprisingly hit opposite corner. Like, he's known for hitting top right. He's taken shots that have curved harder at the last second into the other corner. Like we saw with not the second selection, we've seen him do stuff like that. Green, Green is best shooter. Green best technical shooter. He's good at power shots, curve shots, outside shot. He can do anything, right? And then Kunigami, I would argue he's a more powerful shooter than Otto is. So plus he has either leg at almost 100% on either side. So he can go an approach that makes you think he's hitting with his left, and then change it up and hit with his right at the last second, without dropping at any power. So that's where I think it falls in.
Killer Flair, I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to like go back. Whole debate.
We were having a debate who's a better penalty kick taker, Rao or Isagi. We had a very long debate that I think lasted about an hour.
And then I solved it in about 2 minutes.
No, you just did something for me that I've been waiting for. I've been wanting to have someone like tell me how I argue, right? Because I haven't been able to put it into words. What'd you say? It was deductive reasoning? Is that what you called it?
Abductive.
Adductive? Okay, because I just argue the way I think debates should work. If you don't have evidence, you make speculation on evidence you have. Yeah, that's how I just think evidence should work. Because the whole point of speculation is talking about something that hasn't happened yet. So making an assumption based on something we don't have, using evidence to make that, I feel like it's fair. Because like that's what theorizing is. You're making a theory based on evidence we have to something that we don't have. So that's just where I that's why I think making speculation is fine if you're using evidence that exists.
Yes, abductive reason.
No, that's just where like me and Raito differ.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
That
was good.
Funny thing about this, I actually have a better like comprehension of psychological reasoning processes than my own psychology teacher. That was fun. Literally, it was psychology.
Fire that guy.
Yeah, it was psychology class, and it was a blah-de-blah lesson, and she went over like reasoning processes and how it's used to reach conclusions in psychological investigations. And she was like, oh, it's called deductive reasoning, where you use observations made during the experiment and use that to establish patterns of behavior to then, like, for example, finding patterns in people that are autistic to then make diagnosis more accurate. And what I did after that is I walked up to my teacher and I'm like, Miss, you do know that's not deduction, right? and then she's like, oh, what do you mean? Well, you said that during an experiment when you make observations on participant behavior to then establish rules of human behavior in general, you called it deduction. And then she's like, yeah, am I wrong? And I was like, yes, that isn't a deductive process, it's an inductive process where you make observations, aka you have isolated information, and you formulate patterns to then connect the isolated bits of information to reach the valid conclusion. And just like, damn.
All right, does anyone have any other debates we could go on about?
Right.
I was
actually gonna ask, right?
Currently, yes. Future, maybe not.
Yes.
I was gonna ask, how do you guys actually feel about Nagi coming back in this moment?
I'm kind of
with that. Like,
I'm happy. I'm just scared because, like Igaguri said, right? I think his exact words were, "They're gonna call you lame, but who cares?" My thought is, what's the dynamic? What is Isagi and Rao? What are Isagi and Rao gonna say when they see Nagi walk through those doors again? Like they weren't just bawling their eyes out a month and a half ago that he was gone. Like, is Isagi going to be happy like what happened with Kunigami? Or are they going to be like, what the fuck? Why are you here? Like, are the players who return going to get hate because they essentially just got a backup plan into this. Like, because for
Yeah.
example, right? I don't think they'd be mad at Sai because Sai wasn't in the Blue Lock project to begin with. So bringing him back through this way isn't that crazy to me. And also, he's not going to be walking through those doors. I don't think Sai will even like show up and speak to them until the group stage. I don't think he'll show up at all. Right?
Valid.
Because doesn't look like he's in Japan. It looks like he's in his own apartment.
Yeah, he'll fly in. I think he's gonna wait until the group stage is ended.
Yeah, like I don't think he'll be in Japan. I think he'll be on the register, but he won't be there. So like they won't even see Sai. But like,
do you think
if Nagi and Igaguri walk back in, I don't think they'll hate Igaguri because Igaguri was just never good. But Nagi, Nagi, I'm worried about because like, I feel like, for example, I feel like Shigiri won't care. Shigiri seems like a very neutrally
he's chill,
fine with everyone.
Yeah,
right?
Just like me for real.
Even if he doesn't like them, he doesn't hate them. Like with Bato, he acknowledged he wouldn't get along with Bato if they were outside of Blue Lock. But I don't think if Bato would have returned, he'd have an issue. Right? My thought is Reen and Bato, I don't think they'll care. I think I don't think Reen will give a shit. I think Bato will probably like secretly hate it.
Yeah. But
because the worry is, realistically, who would secretly not like Nagi coming back? Like honestly, approach them and be like, the fact that you're back is scummy. It's bullshit. You shouldn't be here. I don't think a single person would be there. But at the same time, I really don't think they're gonna be like, welcome back. Like, we're happy you're back. I'm
Yuki Miya might have something to say.
No, I don't think Yuki will be like that anymore because he acknowledged that was his own weakness.
Okay.
Like, he acknowledged that was his own flaw. So I don't think he'll be like that.
I think the people who would be mad were those who were eliminated.
Yeah, but they're not going to be there. Is the thing.
So we won't know.
I mean, it's going to be more of like a social media backlash.
Yeah, no, not even because like the whole thing. Everyone loves Nagi. People were saying they want Nagi back. Like they were saying, bring Nagi back.
I know, but you can't make.
And it's not for they might hate Igaguri more than anyone because he was at like what 36 on the ranking. Nagi was 24, and they were all wanting him back. So making the exception for Nagi isn't that crazy when he was one below the cutoff and everyone wants him, right? But realistically, I can't see them being like welcome back. But at the same time, I can't think of a single player in the top 23 who would really be like, you don't belong here. So that's where I'm like,
I don't think anyone will vocalize it. I do think people will say stuff. I can see Karasu saying something.
Yeah, but Karasu would say it just because he's a dick, not because he means it.
Yeah,
Karasu, bro. God.
Yeah, Karasu.
No, seriously, Karasu's just that guy. He'll say it as it is, but he won't mean it as a dick. He'll just say it because it's true.
Yeah.
He is a dick. He's an arsehole. He is a little rat.
I don't get where this vitriol for Karasu comes from. I don't.
Because that's what Karasu is. Karasu's just like, he just says it as it is. He'll call it as it is, but he won't say it maliciously. He'll just say, he'll just be like, yo, he's the kind of person to be like, yo, that shirt doesn't work on you. Yeah, he's not saying it to be a dick. He's just saying it because it doesn't work. He thinks it doesn't work on you.
Yeah, Kenny God thinks the same as me, man. He thinks the same. I think Karasu might say something. And like you said, I don't think it'll be like a dick about it, but it'll just be straight up.
Because that's my worry, right? Is like no one really will tell them you don't belong here. But I feel like instead, no one will say it to him. Nagi just thinks everyone will. Everyone's just lying.
That's true.
Or maybe hear me out.
Rayo,
not being emo. Chapter 35, when everyone walked through the second selection, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nagi tried to speak to Rayo, and Rayo just walked by him.
Yeah.
What if Rayo tries to do the same thing, and he just walks by him, and Rayo thinks he's pissed because he blocked Nagi?
Do you reckon?
And Nagi realized it.
I don't think Rayo would want to come up to him though, because
no, he means Nagi walking past Rayo.
Yeah, like Rayo doesn't try to walk up to it. He just tries to say welcome back, or he just tries to be even acknowledged, just neutral. Like they were they were U20 game. They
Mm.
weren't working together, but they were still cool. Like they were still fist bumping. They were still like, you got another one in you, and they're like, yeah. They weren't working together, but they were still actively fine. Like, you're telling me that like Nagi and Ryo, they were like not playing together, but you're telling me that if Ryo said, "Yo, Nagi, you want to go hang out?" that he wouldn't just say, "Okay," and Nagi wouldn't take him up on it, or that if Nagi said the same thing to Ryo, that Ryo wouldn't take him up on it. Like,
But
they're still
but I can see Nagi because we saw how episode of Nagi went, where Rayo, the reason why Rayo ignored Nagi in that moment was because he felt that he still needed to catch up to him. I could see Nagi feeling the exact same way.
yeah. That when he does, he
Yeah.
does. That's why I'm saying like Nagi says, Ryo, it's been a while, and Ryo just walks by him, and he says,
Mhm.
I want to he must be really angry. I want to apologize. I need to apologize. The same thing could just be reversed. Like this panel I'm sending in the chat right now. I'm in the general chat. Imagine this panel just reversed, and it's Nagi's aura instead of Ryo.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Also, I've been seeing a lot of these like circles recently in the art that's been popping up. In this chapter, in the chapter where Nagi got eliminated in 300 when he passed Ryo on the head,
Mhm.
those circles are there. And then
Yeah.
latest chapter of Blue Lock, when he's speaking to Igaguri, and Igaguri tells him, "What's up?" I'll tell you the specific words that he says. Here we go. It's here. When Igaguri tells him straight up, "You're already the world's biggest Blue Lock trader." Those circles appear there again too. Like,
Okay.
those are a common thing popping up recently.
Okay. Yeah, because I only noticed these circles in the episode of Nagi chapters, but you saying they're in the Blue Lock ones as well. The main
Yeah.
story. 1 sec.
Go to chapter 300 when Nagi pats Ryo on the head, right where he puts his hand, the circles. Go to episode 35 or chapter 35 of episode Nagi. When Nagi says hello to Ryo, those are there, and then go to the latest chapter.
Imagine it was all just Nagi's imagination, and he actually came 20.
You said episode 35.
Chapter 35 of episode Nagi.
Oh, right.
I just sent the panel in the. I just sent the panel into the
Okay.
general chat. I'll send you this one here. There's that one,
Oh, yeah.
and then this one here with Ryo. When as soon as he puts it on his head, the bubbles are there too. Like, the bubbles are like a common thing with Nagi recently.
No.
And it's getting me thinking, did they pop up at all in this latest chapter that I just didn't catch?
But they're there, aren't they?
In the latest chapter? I don't think so.
Sec. What do you think they mean? Do you
I don't know. That's why I'm saying, like,
character?
I don't know. That's why I'm like, they're appearing more and more. There's got to be a meaning behind it.
Or is it like his true ego?
No, his true ego is the Death Skull. Like, that's undeniably Nagi is death. Which, by the way, I need to see him with that skull covering his face more. Holy shit! It's so badass.
Yeah, I'd really like to see what how Rayo reacts to him. But do you think this latest chapter is the one where they join up with a Blue Lock, or do you just think it's gonna be like selection? And Kenny, I don't know what Ego did to you, bro. Like, why you say fuck Ego for?
I know. I think that was back when you were talking about who would hate on Nagi for being back,
Oh,
and he
okay.
said Ego
Yeah,
would.
but I don't think Ego will care too much. To be fair,
Well, we did kind of
What?
rip Nagi to shreds.
but
Like,
he
why
he said he said I'm not gonna bring him back. But I think he was implying that Baratsuta can do it if he wants. But
That's what he
yeah,
tried
but
to do.
yeah,
I think he'd still be like, just remember you're here on like lucky placement. Like, I still think you're crap.
If
You're
it
still
were
a
me, you would have rot. I would have let you rot in hell.
yeah,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
Like,
yeah.
yeah. But
Hello Ichigo, you know.
yeah, like it's very weird that those bubbles are appearing.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see what that actually means. We're gonna have to see what that actually means. But for me, I'm just a little bit confused. But I it's a weird one because I'm just confused because of the bunny cover. But I do think that once we get into the World Cup, we're going to get more
More bunny.
new gen, yeah, new, not more bunny, but more new gen 11 covers. But bunny coming before them all just it's a little bit confusing to
So let me ask you: we have a new Gen 11 who's great at passing. We have a new Generation 11 who's good at shooting. We have a new Generation 11 who's good at defending. And we have a new generation who's good at jumping. So, England is likely going to, unless France, which France is supposed to have a new Generation 11,
Mm.
what do you think the next new Generation 11 is going to specialize in?
Ooh.
Dribbling. I think that there has to be a dribbler.
I would rather them be good at ball keeping.
Ooh,
Like
Karasu.
Boo,
Like that,
Harrison
but better.
Mention.
I want them to be so good at ball keeping that they have kind of like Corona, but they're like an axis. They're like a top. They can rotate, they can pivot themselves on a dime. So if someone comes to take the ball, they can immediately just rotate and shield the ball.
Mm.
Oh my god,
And
we could have like a-
they're great. Have them be like Corona. Have them be great at ball keeping and ball handling. Someone kind of press, top, spin, shield, pass, immediately short turn, rotate around, and boom, they're past them.
so basically like Snuffy, but with Aikido rather than
Yeah.
Jiu-Jitsu.
Yeah,
That'd be
that
interesting.
would be sick. That would be sick.
God, we've got bloody
But-
martial arts football.
But
Or
I do
I
think
want more people like Kiora who specialize in, rather than being like high in the air, like Bunny jumps,
Mm.
right? I want someone low to the ground. Like Lorenzo was the closest thing we got because he rotates the center of gravity. But I'm talking, I need someone to like do what Kiora does, not breakdance, but be like a low, like he gets real low to the ground when he runs, or like he's a very low
No,
center of gravity
no.
person. Like Lorenzo, when he rushes Hiyori sometimes, he'll be very low to the ground, right?
yeah.
I need someone who's like that all the time, and he's just really good at like keeping a low center of gravity the whole time.
Like an Eden Hazard, someone who's good at keeping the ball under contact, under pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like that'd be interesting. Like imagine because realistically, how do you mark someone like that? You can't really physically get into a battle with them if their center of gravity is so low.
No, yeah.
You're just gonna do what Rain does to Neo. You're gonna fall over them or they're gonna get a foul. You can't physically press them. So how do you mark them or keep them from progressing forward if you can't stop them physically?
That's where
You give
IQ
him a
needs to
big
step
old
up.
hug.
IQ needs to step up, man. He needs to step up his tackling game. We need to see those probabilities show up again. We need to see him. He needs to get his scout radar out. Kenny says, "Swear to God, I thought the fucking bunny cover was fan made. It's just the way he was drawn.
I disagree with this so hard.
It wasn't.
It
It
looks like
wasn't
Bunny to
real
me.
until he kept seeing it everywhere.
I need to see the bunny cover next to Bunny's picture because
No,
to me
it's a different angle, but that's his celebration, so you expect him to be doing that quite often.
Not even. It looks like Bunny to me. Like if I see that and I'm like, oh, that's looks exactly like the Bunny.
Yeah, I think people are saying like, oh, it's just the panel of his celebration.
Here you go. I'm sending them together. To me, he looks like Bunny. It looks like him. It doesn't look different. He looks like Bunny to me.
Nah, it looks
No.
yeah.
People aren't saying that he looks different.
If you're saying it's fan made, you have to say it looks different than the character in the series because then it would not be fan.
The fan made bit is the colors. So when we first got the Bunny introduction, people were coloring him with white hair and red eyes.
Yeah.
So people thought. So people naturally thought, oh, a fan must have made this.
Yeah, well,
because
the same thing happened with Lorenzo. Everyone was coloring Lorenzo with dark with gray hair, like a dark gray hair with purple tips. Nobody questioned the Lorenzo cover.
Maybe someone did at the time.
I didn't see anyone complaining about the Lorenzo cover.
Yeah, but it's just that I think people were just a bit bamboozled because the colors they got the colors right on the first try.
It's not a strawberry blonde Kaiser moment.
Yeah, yeah.
Strawberry blonde Kaiser.
Sendo was one whose hair threw a lot of people off.
Yeah, Sendo's 100% because we didn't have anything for Sendo. We had no art, nothing.
Yeah, no one expected him to be a redhead.
Yeah, but all right, I gotta dip because I gotta work on a video and I haven't even cut the audio up yet. So I will.
Yeah, no worries, man. No, thanks for joining us, bro. It's good to have you back.
Yeah, bro.
I'll try and make the next one.
No worries. Maybe you can debate someone else.
And win?
I'm gonna.
Would you?
Hold on.
Hey, I think it's a draw. I think we call that a draw.
Arrow, do you like Chiguru?
Oh, I like Chigiri. Yeah, he's my favorite character.
He loves Chigiri.
Hiyori over Chiguru.
Okay, now you're getting a little far-fetched.
I think it's a debate still.
If we're going off data, the values speak for themselves, don't they?
Yeah, and by valuations, Harry Maguire is better than Virgil van Dijk.
Let me tell you like this, right? Chigiri in his first NEL match was a 90. Hiyori in his first NEL match was at most a 79. How much of an increase do you think Hiyori is getting from Ubers to PXG, considering Isagi, the most adaptable character we've seen in the series, went up at most 6 points from his biggest increase?
So much that Hiyori gets better than him.
No, I mean Hiyori would have to jump up quite a bit, but I do think Hiyori was holding back up until that point.
Yeah,
so
but that's still not.
But I expect
it was a Hiyori
starts to jump quite significantly.
It was Hiyori that was both suppressed and
But are you saying that Hiyori trying has a higher stat score than Isagi and Ubers?
I'd say my interpretation.
No, I think it's similar.
Okay, similar. Yeah. Do you think Hiyori in going into the PXG game if he was trying, had a higher stat score than Isagi and Ubers?
Similar. I think after the PXG
similar,
game,
but is it similar? A point up, equal, point down? What do you define similar? Close in proximity, but above, below, equal to? Is Hiyori equal to Isagi in Ubers? Going into the PXG game.
Going into PXG, I would say Hiyori just slightly above because of his dribbling.
Slightly above. So you would put him at an 89?
Ooh, yeah. 89, yeah.
That still puts him a point below Chigiri in his very first NEO game.
That's true. And Chigiri should be higher.
Chigiri had an S tier in 3 categories in his first game. S tier in speed, offense, and dribbling.
Yeah, that's damn near New Gen 11 levels.
Which an A in passing and an A in shooting. An A in shooting.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
His only
speed
lowest stat was a C in defense, which that doesn't fucking make sense to me because we saw Chigiri do very good defensive feats, intercepting passes to Kaiser and knocking the ball away from Kaiser.
Mm.
Okay, I'm sitting down. I'm getting prepped.
Yeah.
You're gonna argue this.
Right.
I guess I'm not
Okay.
going to work on this video. Fucking all right.
God.
Are you sure you're gonna
Got
argue
no
this?
prep like this. Okay. So when we're looking at players, fuck the stat sheet. I'm better than the stat sheet.
Oh,
Yeah.
How are you?
bro.
Yes, I am. Because I'm just that good.
So you can tell me
Okay.
that Chigiri should get upscaled because he actually has some defensive feats. Awesome. So we'll put him at 91 then.
Okay, so what we can do is we'll start with just something easy. Physical stats, Chigiri, because man shine,
Man
big
shine.
muscles. Buff femboys, who doesn't like that?
You're
Okay.
fucking you're gross, bro. Buff
What
femboy.
did Barrow do to you, Leo?
Wait, what?
I don't know why Barrow's getting hate.
I don't know why you spelled Shido like that, but it's okay. We all make mistakes. I don't know why you spelled Hiyori like that, but we all make it's okay.
Yo.
We all make mistakes.
Yeah, Matt.
Huh?
Essen dribbling because of his illegal activity. What the fuck does this even mean?
I don't even know, to be fair.
The dribbling isn't like another word for drug
Wait, I think
dealing.
he's trying to do something mad. He's trying to say something mad.
I have no
dribbling
clue.
is not diddling. It's not the same thing. That is not what that means. An Essen dribbling is not an Essen
Lux,
diddling.
right now we're debating Chigiri versus Hiyori.
I would say Chigiri's above Hiyori, but Hiyori's right under him.
I'd say Hiyori's better, but definitely close.
It's close, yeah, sure. I'm not gonna argue it's not close. It's just I put Chigiri above Hiyori.
I'd put Hiyori above Chigiri, and I think it comes down to bias. But
100%, 100%.
I can't lie. I'm leaning more towards Hiyori above. Sorry, Chigiri above Hiyori.
Baited your ass.
And bro, I love Hiyori, man. He's my favorite character.
Hands off, bitch.
But I am leaning towards Chigiri above Hiyori, only because I think Chigiri has to show us more.
Here's the thing. I think the stats that Hiyori takes over Chigiri are the ones that Chigiri is the lowest point in. Chigiri's S tier stats, I don't think Hiyori beats.
No.
I think Chigiri's S tier stats in speed, offense, and dribbling outclass what Hiyori's stats are. But I think Hiyori takes passing. I think Hiyori takes defense, and he might take shooting. He might take shooting just because passers, realistically, are good shooters. I'll stand on that.
Yeah, because you're basically passing to the
I'll
net.
say this, though. I think Chigiri's shooting stats should be higher, or his passing stats should be, because his shot is him just making a pass to the top corner.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Across to,
See, the thing about dribbling is that by narrative adversity, Hiyori beating Lorenzo is better than Chigiri doing.
But you also call Lorenzo a fraud, so you can't use Lorenzo as a feat if you think Lorenzo's ass.
That's why I said narrative adversity.
Yeah,
that's a good point. But Chigiri's goal, bro, like the dribbling feat in Chigiri's goal was off the charts, bro. Like I went back and reread that, and bro, Chigiri did bits in that game.
I think the fact he was able to. I think what puts him there is the fact that he was able to score a goal immediately against FC Barca. He was able to solo Bayern München, which, granted, right, I'll say this, Bayern München wasn't its strongest. However, really, who are you taking out? The only difference to the defensive formation is swapping out that one defensive midfielder for Raichi, and I think Raichi's still getting beat in the same way, because Chigiri just chipped the ball around the guy and then ran by him. Raichi's not getting that.
No.
Corona's speed only went up 2 points, and he was still slower than Chigiri. So he's not having that much of an advantage. Kunigami and Isagi, you can make the case for, right? But Isagi is only going to be able to beat Shiggy if he has the ball in that instance. His physical. That's his. I'm saying this. He's a pace merchant, and that's not a bad thing. That's stating it. If you're that, it's the same thing with like the Flash. That's like calling the Flash a pace merchant. Their speed is just so overwhelming that it gives them that advantage in 1v1s.
Ooh, good point, Lux.
Like, what if Neru subbed in and guarded Shigiri? Do you put Neru faster than Corona, though? Corona's at 95. How fast are you putting Neru?
See, I feel like quantifying football skill like that is kind of naff, which is why I don't like FIFA scaling a lot.
But you just tried to use NEL stats!
You're the one using the NEL stats. I'm the one that said I'm better. I'm the one that said I'm better. I am better than the NEL stats. They can
what if I said that Shiggy is a better femboy than Hiyori, therefore Shiggy gets it?
Go fucking kill yourself, you little...
I haven't heard of something called Hiyori's Secret before. I haven't heard something called Hiyori's Secret. I've heard something called Shiggy's Secret, and it's horrible. It's downright fucking horrible.
What is that? What is
you don't want to know. You don't.
Sounds like something.
It sounds like Victoria's Secret.
Dribbling past their defense, okay. Look at it like this. Shiggy was able to score a goal against PXG's defense, which had Zantetsu, Karasu, and Tokimitsu. Would you say that those are better than Bastard Mention's defense?
They're all ass, so no.
Granted, though, I'll say this. I don't think Bastard Mention's defense was ass because Isagi was playing defense a lot. So I don't... No, seriously. Isagi was a great defender during the Bastard Mention vs. Manshine game. So I wouldn't call him a bad defender.
I know, but God, attackers being better defenders and defenders. Holy
No, it's blue lock, bro.
Well, Isagi was a midfielder, so I think it's fine though.
Yeah, but oh well. Also, could you say that
Lorenzo's offense was better than some attackers? So let's hold our horses. There's horses. Let's hold them.
Would you say that also
you can't even guard the bench? Sorry.
That Hiyori dribbling past Ubers is also superior to dribbling past Bastard because Ubers have been stated to be a super defensive team.
What's up? Sorry, ask the question one more time.
Ubers are obviously presented as an ultra defensive team, and they got a very good defense because they're defensive. Anyway, aside from stating the obvious, would you also say that scales Hiyori's solo dribbles to be higher than that of Bastards because Ubers have that narrative presentation of being this super structured and defensive team?
I say no, simply because when you look at it, the two defenders that Hiyori dribble past are defenders who aren't really made for ball stealing, right? Like hear me out on this. Nico does ball stealing, but he doesn't really do it himself all the time. There's a couple moments, but like when he stole it from Isagi, when he first subconsciously awakened Metavision. But when we see Nico press, it's usually when someone else is distracting someone, and then he takes it. He's intervening and makes it a 2-on-1, right? Like for when someone's already distracted. Lorenzo, he's not really made for physical bouts. He's interceptive plays and man marking. That's what Lorenzo's good at. And in the NEL, Ubers is already presented as a team that's at a disadvantage in their style because it's first to 3 and not 90 minutes. With Ubers, their ideal system is the 90-minute thing because they score 1 goal and then they hold the line. When in the NEL, they're forced to take that offensive. So you have players like Lorenzo being forced to come out of position as this defender, as this core backline best U20 center back, to play as this midfielder. automatically Ubers is at a disadvantage in their play style and how they're played. I understand the point of the defense, the best defensive mark, because you have players like Aiku, Audio, Nico. They're the defensive line for the Blue Lock Japan team. But Aiku and Audio are the only ones who are realistically going to win those physical bouts of stealing the ball. Aiku is mostly it, because Audio used to do that. He doesn't really do it anymore. He does interceptive plays using his height and reach. So, I don't know if I would scale it, because you're putting Lorenzo in a position where his defensive abilities are already being nerfed, if that makes sense.
Well, if he's meant to be the U20's best defender,
best center back. He's not a midfielder, which is where he was converting a lot of the time. He was forced as a midfielder.
Does plonking him in the midfield make his skills worse?
I think it limits where he shines. As a U20 center back, your skills, sure, man marking, right? That's one he was good at. Intercepted plays, that's another. But as a center back, your job is to hold that defensive line, right? Lorenzo being pushed up to the midfield knocks off a core value of what a center back is supposed to do.
But it doesn't stop the fact that it doesn't mean that Lorenzo can't do it. To be the best,
he can't. But for Ubers and their new strategy designated for the NEL, he can sit back, sure, but the most beneficial strategy for Ubers offensively, given the NEL strategy, is to put Lorenzo in a worse position for the benefit of the overall team win. So, dribbling past Lorenzo when you're knocking off one of his core things because of the strategies that are being conditioned for Ubers in order for them to win under those conditions, you're inherently restricting Lorenzo. In the U20 World Cup, I'm predicting that Blue Lock is going to have to face off against Italy, and at that moment, we'll be able to see Lorenzo at his greatest capacity. So, and I'm not knocking Hiyori. I think Hiyori is a great dribbler. I just think you're using the argument of dribbling past Lorenzo without considering the factors of Lorenzo being taken out of position and being limited in where he shines the best. Because Lorenzo as the best U20 center back means he's the best at fortifying that defensive line on the back line and holding that back line. When you're making Lorenzo come up, you're taking him off the back line, which is where he shines the best. So you're pulling him out of position no matter what. Sure, theoretically, it doesn't stop Lorenzo from doing those things, but it does, because the strategy that Ubers needs in order to score goals, which is inherently the purpose of the NEL, is to score goals, it benefits more offensive heavy teams. So you're taking Lorenzo where he shines his best at the maintaining that defensive line, and you're subbing that in for above average dribbling skills. That's where you're taking out. Because Lorenzo, he can't really hold that defensive line as much because he's being forced out of this position. If that makes sense.
Well, if you look at to be labelled as the best, just centre back in general, you need to look at what makes you a centre back, which would be obviously good defensive skills. Even if Lorenzo is taken off the back line, it doesn't take away the skiles that he has.
It doesn't, but it takes away the opportunity for him to use those. Like for example, if the ball is never hit in the air, does that not limit characters who have a jumping ability to use that ability? So you're they're limiting the potential of those characters. But I'm just giving a causality. If a situation is provided where the character cannot use their ability for the benefit of the team. Well, it's even worse than that, because Lorenzo's only doing this for the benefit of the NEL structure. If you put the NEL to a 90-minute thing, I can almost guarantee you his style is going to be slightly different, to where he's not really going to push up to the midfield. Sure, Lorenzo's called the Ace Eater, but realistically, I could see him just being the Ace Eater in the context of his very first debut play, where he's not man-marking Kaiser. he's just stopping Kaiser specifically once he gets to a scoring area, where he gets to a shooting zone. He just ace eats in the context of their shooting zone rather than ace eating in the context of the whole field. Because Lorenzo, another reason why he's constantly man marking Kaiser is because he needs to be in the midfield. That's the strategy he has. Lorenzo x Botto is the Uber's goal scoring system, meaning Lorenzo is inherently being pulled to that offensive play. And having him in the midfield, running around, man marking this player, is the best way to keep him somewhat in the back line or on defense, but also get him involved in those offensive plays, which is needed for Botto and Ubers as a whole to win and score goals. Because if you were to put Hiyori on Ubers, for example, or put Rayo on Ubers, or put Ness on Ubers, or just put a playmaking midfielder on Ubers, Lorenzo would not need to push up to the midfield and be that dribbling partner with Botto, be that chemical reaction partner, because they have that playmaking ability. Ubers doesn't have that. So you have to put Lorenzo there in order to score goals. When it comes to a 90-minute match, they could solely rely on Botto and like Nico, because Nico converts to midfield sometimes. You could solely rely on those two players because eventually they'd get one goal, and Ubers, as they are a hyper defensive team, would just need to lock down, which is what they're best at. So they will do that, and they will consistently do that, where they'll just keep hammering away at the offense and keep shutting down, hammering away at their defense with Botto and Sendo and Nico, and then keep defending and holding their backline with Lorenzo, Aiku, Audio, and then sometimes Nico. Like, that's where the flaw comes in, is that you're pulling Lorenzo out of position and you're sacrificing one of his greatest strengths to a degree to give your team the best advantage at scoring goals. Not necessarily winning, just scoring goals. So I think if you put Lorenzo on defense, it's a hard situation, right? Because Lorenzo, in the best way he would, in his best style, is not going to go against Yori. He's going to go against the ace goal scorer. So it just comes down to the only time you'd put them in a matchup, Lorenzo's already at a disadvantage. So while I can agree that Hiyori's feat is good for him, the only reason they'd ever have that direct matchup where both characters aren't nerfed is when they're on, is when they would never match up.
Well,
does that sound fair to make? Like a sound?
Understandable, but also the way that the Uber's team worked is that it had a 3 base defense and 1 CDM. On paper, it was Nico, but he switched with Lorenzo. Lorenzo moves midfield. That's how their system operates.
They swap between defense and
Which means when Don Lorenzo is in the midfield, he has a backline of 3 behind him. What this means is that Lorenzo can be free to be more aggressive and open with his defensive plays. He's still on the field and he's still defending. Just because he's in the midfield does not diminish his individual capabilities. All it does is that it diminishes the backline's ability to defend because Nico isn't as good a defender as Don Lorenzo is. It doesn't take away or add on to either player's functionalities. Don Lorenzo being best at holding the line means he's best at functioning interpersonally with his fellow centre-backs when it comes to defending as a team. Him being in the midfield only takes away his ability to function with the team, which does not directly impact his ability to defend as an individual. He is still the ace eater, where his skills are like, going up against somebody 1v1, the ace. And we see Hiyori still managing to beat Don Lorenzo, this supposed to be like 1v1, superclass U20 level player, and we see Hiyori beating him. Like, this is still Don Lorenzo, the best U20 centre-back. Centre-backs being somebody who defends, somebody who marks players, cuts off passing lanes, and operates in 1v1 duels. That's their individual skills, something which isn't diminished no matter where they are on the field. Like, you can have a right back and a centre mid both operating as playmakers. Just because you have them a right back doesn't mean that their passing gets worse if they're placed in the middle. This is why, for example, players such as Trent Alexander-Arnold, who can operate in both positions, is still seen as a very viable playmaking option, whether he's playing in the midfield or right back, because his individual skills still aren't diminished. The same would apply for Don Lorenzo, but instead it'd be his defensive skills, because he still goes up against players. In fact, even in the midfield, it could heighten his ability to use his individual plays, because the midfield is more chaotic with more passes, more dribbles. Like most chance creating actions that come through passing and dribbles come from the midfield third, because that's where there's line breaking passes looking to get the ball to the attackers. And also there's the most dribbles because you've got typically more players in the centre of the pitch, where you've got usually 3 midfielders, whether it's like 2 CDMs and a centre mid or 1 CDM and a centre mid, compared to at the back line where you typically have a centre back and a striker or 2 centre backs and a striker. This more chaotic environment leads to more ability with individual talent, as there is more dueling that goes on with the higher concentration of players in a still reasonably enclosed space, since we're eliminating the wide areas. So when we've got Hiyori going up against Don Lorenzo, it's a battle of individual abilities, something which isn't diminished just because Don Lorenzo isn't in the backline, but can also be heightened because of the added degree of chaos and unpredictability, which being able to effectively operate in that area is a sign of one's individual capabilities. So just summarize.
Also, I'm going through the things where he beats Lorenzo, right? Lorenzo isn't fully on him. Like, Lorenzo was rushing in, and then he hits a rainbow flick over Lorenzo, and then goes off the ball, right?
Mm-hmm.
Lorenzo wasn't fully pressing him, and then the ball he sends, he already doesn't have possession of it.
Yeah,
he sent it to Isagi. Isagi and him do one touch passes, but Hiyori is still in front of Lorenzo. Lorenzo isn't on him. His hand isn't. This is 2:30.
But Lorenzo was looking around to see where Hiyori went. He was confused.
Are you looking at the same chapter I am?
Yeah.
Lorenzo turned around and was running after Hiyori, right?
Yeah, but
there's still. I wouldn't still say that's technically beating them in a one-on-one because he hasn't fully pressed yet. He wasn't fully trying. Like, he ran in, and then as soon as he gets there, Hiyori flicks it over him. But he's not flicking it over him in the sense of he's keeping it. He's flicking it over to Isagi. Meaning, I'm going.
Which shows that when it comes to an environment such as that, where for Don Lorenzo, his task would be not due to the distance.
I also want to say, does this technically mean that Hiyori outscales Baro, Nico, and Lorenzo all at once because he was able to deliver a pass while being pressed by 3 of them? That seems like an inconsistency to me.
Well, just continue.
Am I right in saying that it seems like a little bit of an inconsistency? Like, he was able to do this, and you could scale. If you try to use that to scale up him above Baro and Nico and Lorenzo all at once because a triple press couldn't stop him. And these are all like I wouldn't say Nico, but Lorenzo and Baro are both high level players.
Yeah, but also actually, yeah, it makes sense if he was able to evade them, then that is a very impressive feat.
It is, but doesn't it seem like a little bit of an inconsistency comparison to other stuff we've seen from him?
Well, it depends what you're saying is inconsistent too. Like, is it like inconsistency for Don?
Does it make sense that Hiyori? Granted, you can argue he was never trying before, right? I would still say he was trying before. He just was tapping into flow now. Because before, his entire purpose was going to Blue Lock so his parents wouldn't get divorced. Yeah. Becoming the best striker in the world so his parents wouldn't get divorced. So if he were to fail,
he went just to get away from his parents.
He did, but the purpose of him staying there was being the best striker in the world, because if he fails, granted he does have to go back, but they get divorced, which isn't what he wants.
Okay.
Right? Does it not seem a little bit weird that while you can argue Hiyori wasn't trying, I will still say he's trying, he just wasn't tapping into his true ego and therefore flow. Does it seem a little bit weird that Flow Hiyori can beat Don Lorenzo and Baro, and that doesn't seem like maybe one instance of an outlier play, considering granted, Hiyori has great physical abilities, but wouldn't that scale him higher than someone like Isagi?
I think I do think
It feels a little bit inconsistent. Like, I want to see more. I need to see more against very high level defenders.
Or is better than Isagi, in general. But I think Isagi beats him out when it comes to the striking department.
Okay.
Yeah, like I'd say when it comes to on the ball ability, Hiyori definitely outshines Isagi because Isagi isn't, truly adept in his on the ball skills as much as.
Not yet, but I think he will be at some point.
Yeah, but we're talking about current at the moment.
Yeah.
Like at the moment, Isagi's on the ball abilities are his weakness. But
yeah. All right, I gotta dip. I got food and I gotta edit.
Damn.
Well, let's continue. Let's start this debate for next week. Let's start the debate next week when we have more people in here as well. Hiyori, was Hiyori versus Chigiri? Is that working on?
Yeah. Okay. I'll just summarize with the categories I'm using then. So I'm using physical aspects to Chigiri. Shooting, I kind of share a similar opinion to you, as more debatable with the passing into the net situation. Passing Hiyori, dribbling arguable depending on the Don Lorenzo feats. And then defending Hiyori and match intelligence also Hiyori, with Hiyori taking but very close.
I think Shigiri, it's literally like the argument of genius versus talented learner. Shigiri will usually take all of the genius qualities. Hiyori will usually take all the talented learner qualities of a player. So, do Hiyori's talented learner qualities outscale Chigiri's genius qualities? That's just how I think it, look. Does that make sense? Like, the qualities that a genius would take, I think Chigiri will take them. The qualities that a talented learner would take, I think a talented learner that Hiyori will take. So I think, does Chigiri play better as a genius than Hiyori does as a talented learner, and to what degree?
Yeah, I don't think you could really say it like that, because obviously genius and talented learner.
Well, yeah, but is Hiyori's performance as a talented learner better than Chigiri's performance as a genius? Geniuses will inherently have the advantage. But I'm saying this, Hiyori is a great talented learner, an insanely great one. Like, in terms of genius capabilities, like, using the broad term of genius, right? I put them relative. Like, the only reason I put Shigiri above is because of the abnormally insane advantage Speed has. Speed is so broken in any verse, and will only really ever get nerfed by plot. If you have someone like Loki, right, who can blitz people, they're going to have to find some out-of-the-world way to stop him. Because if he can dribble past everyone in the blink of an eye, I don't have an idea fully as to how they're going to be able to stop him. They'll try and restrict him, but they can't stop him. You know what I mean?
Well, it depends.
Chigiri and Zantetsu are the only two characters on the Blue Lock team who are fast enough to go anywhere near Loki. And still, they're not fast enough. The best thing they can do is try and restrict his running course or his shot options, and then leave the rest to Gagamaru. Like, it's not a one-on-one thing. It's a 3, 4, 5-on-1. 5 people working together consistently to stop one player. If France had a balanced lineup in the same way that Blue Lock Japan does, where there's a multiple evened out strengths, because let's be honest, how many strong offensive players do you think there's going to be on France? I think it's going to be a solo ace of Loki. I think Loki will be it. Loki, Charles, and then an average no names for the rest of it. If that's not the case, how are they going to win without it being, I'm sorry, plot written? If you have a balanced France team and Loki is just an example of the team's strength, Blue Lock Japan is nowhere near that because Loki's on the level of current world professionals. They're not. They're U20s. They're U20 professionals. But a U20 professional doesn't compare to a, like, only in very rare circumstances, like Lamine Yamal. Great player, right? God tier player. But, like, he's not the bar. He's not the reference. He's not like the standard.
Yeah, he's not the standard. Yeah,
he's the exception. Yeah, that's what Loki is. If France has a balanced team where Loki is not the exception and is just the standard, I don't know how they win. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's just that gap between a pro and a U20. We don't know what kind of skills the U20 players are going to attain to get to that level. So we can't really accurately assume what methods they can execute to try and stop Loki. Like at the moment, you could say a Zantetsu and Chigiri double team to stop Loki, and at least in my opinion, you only need Hiyori to stop Charles.
I say Hiyori and Karasu. I think Hiyori and Karasu together are restricting his passes, stopping his passes, or limiting where they go. I think you put those two on Charles, the two people who know Charles the best, you're containing him.
I generally just think Hiyori is enough after, like, how well Hiyori managed to break down Charles's thought process.
Yeah, but he only stopped him once. He only stopped him a single time, though. Can Hiyori consist? But the thing is, can Hiyori consistently? Because going into the World Cup, I'm going to believe Charles is going to be able to balance his contrarian mindset and actual rationality. So, will Hiyori be able to consistently stop him? He stopped him once after losing to him 3 times.
I think will he? In my opinion, I think going into the World Cup, it's Charles that's gonna have to overcome Hiyori.
Really? You think Charles will awaken then, like there and then?
Yeah, I do. I think that
Hiyori managed
will
to
be the one challenged.
Essentially gain like complete understanding of Hiyori. Hiyori managed to gain like a complete understanding of Charles's thought processes, hence the read between the lines, blah blah blah.
Oh, also, I say this. Do you want to know what's sad? They translated it differently in the anime. The panel where Bachira's before going through his awakening, he says, "I don't want to lose everything that I've found here. I would have been happy just being able to keep playing soccer with Isagi by my side. I don't want to lose the first friend I've ever made." That shit's sad as fuck. They didn't say he was his first friend ever. Bachira is like 16, 17.
Yeah.
You're telling me Isagi's the first friend he's ever made? That's sad as fuck.
Definitely.
He's sad.
I don't know. All right, I'm going to eat. I'm hungry. I gotta edit. I'm tired. I don't want to be up all night, and I gotta get this video out for tomorrow. So I'm dipping.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. No worries. See you, Arrow. Thanks for coming.
See you. Appreciate you guys. I'll be here next week, though. I'll do my best to try and get him next week.
Nice.
All right.
Dedu, I've got a question.
Ask away.
See you.
I think in the future we're going to see a bit more from Don Lorenzo, and I think that similarly to Sai, we've not been shown his visual abilities. Now, do you reckon he has predator eye, or do you reckon he has metavision, or do you reckon he has something different altogether? Like the speculation is that I don't know that you know those spiral eyes, the
assassin
not
eyes.
Yeah, assassins. Yeah.
The ones presumably owned by Karasu and Don.
Yeah, but we've not seen since second selection.
well, third selection, but yeah.
Oh yeah, third. Yeah, right.
Well, the basis of it is that the assassinize operate by being able to target an individual player and counteract them. Kind of similar to Rin's Destroyer state, where he counters his opponents, but just in a more ocular sense. So you can say like Karasu can do it because of his amazing 1v1 dueling abilities and his playstyle of targeting the weakest and now the strongest link. And you can say that Lorenzo performs the same thing with how he locks down Kaiser. But I don't think anything's been confirmed about
No,
it.
nothing's been confirmed. There's nothing that's been confirmed. I'm just because the way I see it, right? I do think there's been a retcon when it comes to Karasu's eyes.
Maybe.
I think they will constantly join him with those eyes in that third selection, and then all of a sudden, no more. They've disappeared. If we was going to see it, I think we would have seen it in the what do you call it, the PSG versus Bastard game. But
Yeah.
I think what happened is they've retconned it so that they can give him metavision instead.
Understandable.
And I think if that tracks, I think Lorenzo might also be a metavision user.
Maybe.
Even though I do think his playstyle would probably be more suited towards Predator's Eye than Metavision. Now that we've seen that Predator Eye can be used defensively, I think that he would much more suit Predator Eye. But I do actually reckon when we do get a reveal, it's probably going to be a Metavision.
Maybe. Or it could be something new entirely for
I
all we
hope
know.
it's something new. Personally, I hope it's something new. But we're gonna have to wait and see because we've not even got confirmation of what Charles's eyes are. Because we know he has regular metavision, but then we know he also has this passing vision.
See, people call that like the sniper eyes. I just call it the contrarian eye because I think he just like it's his own kind of unique thing.
Do you reckon it's his own flow state similar to how Isagi has his own state, Rin has his own state, and they come with different eyes?
It doesn't really seem like a state in like that kind of sense. Like when you see Rin and Isagi go into their alternate states, they are like entirely different.
Yeah.
Like it's a very, very obvious change, more than just eyes. I think it's just a representation of Charles's contrarian mentality.
Okay. Yeah. So Luck says he thinks it's unique to them. So you reckon we won't see anyone else with those same eyes then in the series?
No. No. If it's something unique, then I hope it's that stays true to its word and it could stay unique.
Okay. Because I was hoping that Karasu had some sort of assassin's eye thing, but I really don't think he's gonna have anything different. I think it's gonna be metavision.
Yeah, he's got metavision now. There's not really anything.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be metavision from here on, and that's why I'm slightly leaning towards Lorenzo probably having metavision as well.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but it would be more metavision spam.
yeah. That's true.
One thing I'm curious about. Go on.
No, go on. You go on.
I was gonna say one thing I'm still curious about is why Cavasos's Argentinian dude's metavision like coloring is inversed.
Yeah. See, yeah. So someone said, "Oh, it's because his eyes are darker," but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's the case.
Isagi has dark
Yeah,
eyes,
Isagi has dark eyes, so I don't think it's because of his eyes.
and we know it's not based on. I mean, I guess like Isagi's got the puzzle eyes, but that's just a design thing. It doesn't
Yeah,
change
yeah,
the shading.
yeah.
And Isagi's got like dark blue eyes, and then you've got somebody like Hiyori who's got light blue eyes,
Mm-hmm.
and yet they have the
The
same
same
shade.
shading. Yeah,
I don't think it's eye colors.
I don't think it's eye color, but they said because if you look at IQs, you see how one eye is inverted as well.
I think that's just like maybe design effect to show off his
'Cause- Yeah,
heterochromia.
because he's got two different colored eyes. But yeah,
Yeah,
it's a weird one because I noticed that. I actually thought it was the contrarian eyes at first, but I noticed that. I was like, yeah, his metavision look kind of off here. They don't look the same as everyone else's.
hmm.
Because even with Snuffy, his metavision design was the same as everyone else's.
Hmm.
Maybe it's a episode Nagi thing.
Or it probably would be, but I suppose spitballing here, it could be like maybe a different strand of metavision.
Mm.
Like,
Because the way he uses it though, it's more in line with the way um uh um Charles uses his contrarian eye. Because in that moment he used it to thread a pass, right, to find
yeah,
the right pass as well. Remember when Rin's team faced the World Five, he did this thing where he like scanned the with his eyes. His eyes were moving left, right, left, right, left, right before he
his
found
eyes like,
the right path. What did you say?
it's like his eyes are just like,
Yeah, 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 exactly, exactly. Something Madara Uchiha would do, right? But I think I think in that moment there, because we never actually had the introduction of metavision or anything like that. I think in that moment, in reality, he was actually using metavision when he did that. But it just wasn't shown because we've not been introduced to metavision yet at that point. Uh,
yeah,
but yeah, for me, he uses it more like Charles uses contrarian eye, because we see Charles using metavision to position himself to defend, but then he uses the contrarian eye to make passes. Whereas it looked like Cabazos was using metavision to make passes.
yeah,
Yeah, it's a weird one. It's a weird one now. I, I
yeah,
I do hope we get a little bit more information on
yeah.
on these things, because it's
Maybe,
annoying throwing them in there and then no explanation of what that is. Like Charles's eyes, bro. Like we've got zero explanation of what it is, how it works, why it's there. We just know that he switches it on when he's making a pass.
actually, I got an idea for Pablo's actually, because he was stated to be the world's best free kick taker.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it could be metavision more in tune for dead ball situations. Maybe
Mm-hmm.
like maybe visualizing ball trajectory. Like when you take a free,
Yeah.
like
Okay.
when you take a free kick on FIFA, you can see the ball's trajectory.
Mm-hmm.
It could be
Mm-hmm.
something like that.
But wouldn't that be more in line with Charles's?
Charles's contrarian eye basically lets him see the most like contrarian pass, I guess you'd call it that.
Mm.
Like for example, the one to Shido. Like I'm pretty sure he was using the contrarian eyes
Yeah, he
for that.
did. He did.
Whereas for more logical like positioning, he uses metavision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, but you reckon that uh Cabazos uses his metavision as like a pathfinder,
Yeah.
which would be
Well,
different from what Isagi does, because Isagi uses it to find space for himself to run into, but he doesn't use it as a path for the trajectory of his ball.
Pathfinder, metavision Pathfinder.
That's sick. That would be
Yeah.
sick. But wouldn't No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't because Predator eye is focus. Because I was thinking, wouldn't that be pathfinding be more in line with Predator vision? But
Oh yeah, there's two types of predator eyes. I think one is goal course, and then one is goalkeeper hunting.
Wait, so what's Luck say here? Wait. So do you think IQ could get both eyes since he has two different colors, eyes
oh,
green?
sorry.
Go
Maybe
on.
because I was gonna say because we see Pablo's eyes doing the thing.
Mm-hmm.
It could be that unlike predator eyes goal hunting that finds one path, Pablo's Pathfinder metavision lets him see multiple different possibilities, like more essentially come up with more options as he can see more than predatorize more focused vision.
Yeah.
Like it could be here's the ball's trajectory if I stand like this, if I run at the ball like this, if I hit it here, rather than just that's the best spot,
Spot.
whack it. It could be here's the best spot based on different environmental factors, which I viewed through metavision.
Mm-hmm.
As for the Dada Silva thing, I do really like how it's just like Predator Eye is just associated with intimidating people. But
Yeah,
I mean,
I
Dada Silva kind of gave off like dense vibes. Like he just seems like a bit of a goofy goober.
but I do think the World Five will each have at least one of those.
I could see like Luna and Blake having Predator Eyes. Loki, don't know about Loki. Loki is just
Yeah, Loki's a tough one to judge because we don't know if
I
he's
think he's
is a football enthusiast like that or what.
I think he's just literally like Asagi said. He's just speed.
You reckon? I think maybe I think that might be a red herring though. I
Oh,
think that
well,
might
I
be a
don't.
red herring.
I think he. I think he's just all speed. Because if you think about it, if it's going to be a red herring, then there's actually something more dangerous about him. Then that just makes Loki too
Broken.
overpowered.
Yeah.
Like it could be like his finishing could be actually mediocre. Like we haven't seen Loki take shots.
Yeah.
And also, as we see in the World 5 match versus Rin's team, Rin, I've said it a few times, Rin states that Loki's running trajectory is very obvious and predictable. So while he's very, very fast, he's very easy to foresee. So you can like for example, Loki is at point A and you can already foresee that he's going to try to get to point B at this spot on the field. You can run there early
Mm-hmm.
and then to cut off or meet Loki at that spot who catches up to you because of his speed. But you both get to point B at a similar time because you ran towards it first.
Yeah. Or took a shorter route. Lux does say here, he thinks that Loki can see weak spots. So maybe it's more metavision. But would that be metavision, seeing weak spots? To be fair, Isagi uses it to see distortions. What does he call it? Like meta breakthrough points.
Point breaks, I think.
Yeah.
Meta points, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. Something like that. Some breakthrough points, or something like that, where he's able to disrupt an ongoing play.
Well, I think what he's referring to is also that World 5 game. Yeah, because he says, I think, quote, Is this okay? From this distance, you have nothing but weak spots.
Weak spots.
But
is it?
the thing
Yeah,
is
yeah.
coming
That's
up
true.
against a team. Obviously, it's Tokumitsu, Aryu, Batra, Isagi, Rin. And this is them at the end of the second selection. All of them are pure strikers. So, of course, they would lack in defensive awareness.
Yeah, exactly.
Especially compared to a professional player like Loki. Like, from his perspective, you wouldn't need Metavision to see that these guys are arse at defending. And be like, oh, I can just run through there. Like, even when Rin predicts where Loki would go, it's his comeback is literally when Rin goes, your route is too obvious. He just goes, oh, you've got good foresight, but I'm fast. So it just sounds like that's just his ultimate counter. I have Metavision, but I'm fast. I have Predator Eye, but I'm fast. Like, that just kind of seems like his ultimate cop-out.
That's true. But I don't know. I have this feeling that he has a little bit about him. That maybe it's just we're not supposed to be privy to just yet. It really wouldn't surprise me if turns out he does maybe have some sort of metavision or something like that.
Just don't want every player
High
to be
IQ.
right into a Metavision Predator Eye bracket.
I think it's heading that way though, because just
think
think
that
about how many already in Blue Lock are already there.
I think
How many more can we see unlocking it in the future?
I know, but I want there to be like sort of like I think Dada Silver would be better with neither. Just be a nice brutish aerial threat.
Yeah, that's true.
Like it's not always about having the best ocular ability. It like having players I could see operating fine without any ocular abilities. Good players like Dada Silva, like Kunigami, Raichi. Like I don't want Aryu to have one. Like, just have players that don't need to have high football IQ to be effective, but can use their physical traits to shine.
Yeah, that's true.
And I think Loki should be one of them. I think he should be just a speed demon, a very cocky speed demon. I think maybe he could have, like I said, predictable running plans, but I think he could also have like more mediocre shooting. He could be somebody that relies on like the momentum gained from his speed to have high power shots. Like if you take that away from him through like predicting his runs or like man marking him with multiple players, you could limit his speed, limit his momentum, and then limit his shot power. So I think his speed is already like overwhelming enough, as we see. Like he managed to catch up to the Kaiser Impact Magnets.
Yeah. That's ridiculous. That's
So
ridiculous.
I think
Have you seen
really
Aero's video on on it? Where he reckons that Loki's weakness might be his stamina, in a sense where for him to reach top speed, he has like 3 different bursts. So an initial burst, second, and then third is top speed. And once he hits that top speed, he sort of disappears for a little bit. So like after he stopped that and made the pass, he didn't carry on running with the ball. He made a pass and he disappeared for a little bit. So he reckons that if you get Loki to do all 3 steps of his speed, then he has a cool down period, a cool down period before he can use his speed again.
maybe. I
I mean,
mean,
he broke it
thing
down
is
way better
that,
than I can, but like he's got a video on it anyways.
but I mean, like people like obviously Loki is a runner. He's somebody that would practice running a lot. Like even though running is like mostly genetics, hence the not trying to be racist, but hence the black man speed stereotype. It's because God, this sounds horrible, but like literally the physiology of a black person is with more dense muscle mass because they spent longer in more tribal kind of situations where
Yeah,
rather
where
than having technology do everything, you've got a lot of the African and like Afro-American tribes still doing a lot of physical manual labor and chasing after their prey with spears rather than like farming them with machines and stuff. And that's just carried on to having these like stereotypes. So Loki, who would have a similar thing, but also be a practiced runner because he's an athlete and running is his main weapon, he would have
yeah.
built up like professional levels of stamina. So I can't see it being like just he runs at top speed for a little bit and is absolutely gassed. Like that'd be
But to be
corona.
fair, like even in real football, you see the footballers once they do a couple of sprints, they do have to cool down for a little bit. Like
Well,
there's no one person that can constantly sprint throughout for a 90-minute period.
well, of course, nobody can sprint for a full 90.
No, most people can't sprint for 10 minutes, bro. You know, sprints don't really add up to like 10 minutes, even in a 90-minute game. Like
Well,
sprinting does take a lot out of you,
I know, but for
and and
somebody
and
who's trained
and like
around
you,
speed,
like the human body isn't that well designed to be running.
well,
Running does put a lot of strain on your knees, your ankles.
well,
Like
actually,
we're not so well designed to run like that.
well,
There are
if
creatures better designed to run.
technically, no, humans are, in terms of like animals on the planet, we are the best long distance runners on the planet.
I thought that was horses, bro.
No,
Because
God,
we don't have the endurance, we don't have the leg strength,
no,
and on
we
top of that,
actually do.
our knees can't handle running for long.
But no, God, I think age is getting to you a bit.
No, yeah,
God,
no, I'm pretty sure it's recommended
humans,
to walk rather than run.
no, but humans are the best long distance runners in the animal kingdom.
That can't be right, bro.
It is right.
That can't be right.
Like, how else do you expect like older humans uh, to be able to kill like gazelles and stuff, animals that are incredibly fast? It's because we'd literally chase after them for however long was needed.
No, I don't think that's right though. I don't.
Yeah, I know I'm right. I know that sounds arrogant, but I know I'm right.
I don't know.
We
I'd
are the
have to
man.
look that. I'm 100% sure that I've read that our bodies are not well built to be running for long times, for a long period of time. They're not built for that. Especially our knees are not built to do that. Our knees are built to walk. We can walk for a long period of time, but running, no, no,
Yeah,
not running.
yeah.
And then there's so many creatures that are much better designed to run than
Well,
humans.
they're better designed to run faster because they tend to have
No,
longer.
I'm not even
No,
talking about faster. I'm just talking about run.
no, we are the best long distance runners.
Yeah, that don't make sense, bro. When you got horses, you got zebras, you got donkeys, bro. I can't see how that can be a fact. Horses are literally the best designed creature to run long distances.
Okay, ready? This is taken from multiple research and science sources. While humans aren't the fastest sprinters in the animal kingdom, they are exceptionally good endurance runners capable of sustaining speeds over long distances. Humans have evolved unique adaptations that allow them to excel in long distance running, including efficient cooling mechanisms and spring like strides.
Mm-hmm.
For a more in-depth, we have efficient cooling. Humans have a large number of sweat glands and relatively low body hair, allowing for effective cooling through sweating. This is a significant advantage over many other animals, especially in warmer climates. Endurance adaptations. Humans possess a spring-like stride due to adaptations in the Achilles tendon and the foot arch, which store and release energy with each step. Additionally, the gluteus maximus muscle helps with stabilizing the body to prevent falls while running. Persistence hunting. Humans may have historically used persistence hunting, chasing prey to exhaustion, like I used with my gazelle example, which favored endurance over speed. This evolutionary pressure likely contributed to our long-distance running capabilities. Psychological factors. The release of endorphins during prolonged running can create a runner's high, providing a mental boost and reduced perceived pain. While other animals might be faster over short distances, human endurance and ability to regulate temperatures make them the most formidable long-distance runners.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. I think there's a lot of bias in that, but that's fair.
Well, considering that there were like objective and factual remarks made with every single point, I doubt there's a lot of bias there.
No, because I like it's talking about the sweat glands and things like that. Yeah, but I think if
Our
you
bodies
put
are
up if
made
you put
for
up a
different
human
runs.
being in an endurance race with a horse,
We would win.
yeah, no, it's not. That's not
Like
true.
the horse would be faster than us,
No, no,
like
no, no.
fine.
No, not even
But
far. Like
long distance wise, we beat basically every animal.
no, no, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true,
Raito, not everybody is an old man with glass knees, okay?
bro.
Don't worry.
No, that's just not true, bro. Like a human
I
lung will get
literally
the human lung will. No, I mean it's not it's really not taking the. I you've read it out, right? But honestly, I think there's a lot of bias in that shit there, and it didn't mention no horses in there.
well, because that's explaining what makes humans the best. Like it's
Yeah, I
not
mean,
just like
we'll have to take
I didn't
we'll have to
search up.
take its word for it. We'll have to take its word for it, right? We'll have to take its word for it. I'm taking it with some skepticism because not everything you read on the internet is true, my bro.
Which is why I took them from research sources, like actual
Yeah, even
science.
research sources, not everything you read is true, bro. I think it has to be put to the test, and I think if it was
Yeah,
put
that's
to the
what
test,
research is. Where you
well, but
research.
does it say is that research based on test?
Yeah, that's what research is.
No, no,
Where
no.
you
That's not what
test
all
it
research is.
when yeah, research is when you make observations, tests, and overall information gathering to
Right,
reach a
but
conclusion
it
based on
does that what you just read out, does that cite tests?
I don't know, I deleted the tab.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I would have to look at a proper test for that. But we'd have to take the word for it. We'll take your not yours, but like that whoever
Oh,
wrote that's word for it.
oh no, that's Quora, that's not fair.
But
Quora.
we've got a good question here from Chad Allen who says, if Isagi wasn't the main character, who would you have um have it be if it were up to you?
My
Very
glorious
good
King
question.
Fury.
Mhm. Who would I have it be?
Oh, National Geographic. That's a good one. National Geographic is valid,
Mm-hmm.
is it? Let's have a look at that then. Can a human outrun a horse?
I'm trying to think. I mean, Lux says Nagi. I mean, and by the way, Lux, to answer your question, yes, we read the episode Nagi and the latest Blue Lock. But yeah, I mean, I think it should be apart from Nagi when it comes to this question, because we know Nagi is like the second main character. But if it was to go apart from Nagi, I would probably say, huh, who who would I want to be the main character, or who would I have as the main character? Because you got to think they've got to be someone interesting.
Yeah, even a human woman who has lower physical capabilities than a human male can outrun a horse. It
Mm.
was performed by Nicole Teeny, who had literally recovered from epilepsy and outran a horse. We smoke a horse.
Okay, fair. If you say so, that's fair.
Yeah, it's from National Geographic. You know, a world-renowned, like, a world-renowned geographic site, I guess. I don't know what I'd call it. Just
Yeah, no,
valid.
that's fair. That's fair.
Again,
Uh,
even in the blurb, quote, horses excel at short sprints, but in long races, humans can catch up thanks to our ability to cool down through sweating and maintain steady energy over time. So again, it's talking about how humans are literally built for long distance running. That's why we're not hairy like gorillas. Well, I've seen a few Scandinavian people, so that's a bit up in the air.
that's cool. Yeah, if that's true, then yeah, that's nice. That's nice. I mean, I don't. They must be
Like you
talking
say,
about.
you say you don't agree, and you said that horses are better, but again, a horse was beaten by an epileptic woman.
Yeah, I mean, that's a feat. That's a feat. Because I'm pretty sure if you took any random human being on
Oh, she was
the road,
also 35,
I, but I'm
so
saying,
not
like,
even fine.
if you took any random human being off the road and asked them to have an endurance race with a horse, I'm pretty sure that that human being will be gassed out. But yeah, I mean, it's a feat. I'm not sure it applies to all humans. Um, but yeah, it's a feat.
Well, yeah, if it happened.
Hmm. But
But
yeah,
yeah,
in terms of who I would have as the main character, um,
yeah, my glorious King Hiyori. Oh my god, if there was a
yeah,
thing.
I would have picked Hiyori as well. But I think Chigiri would be interesting as well.
Yeah, wait until his leg snaps.
Um, but there was one more.
Barrow?
No,
Rin?
IQ. It was IQ I was thinking of. I was thinking of IQ
It'd be
simply
good for an
because of.
error monger.
Sorry.
It'd be good for an error monger.
What? Why? No, I was thinking in terms of his character arc, because it's a lot of ups and downs. Um, so I think it would have been very interesting starting off as a striker, losing love for the game, ending up defender, being top defender selected, then losing his spot, his representation spot. then being invited to Blue Lock, where, let's be honest, he got shown to be, just part of the cog, not special at all.
I mean, from
Working his way up.
it's kind of just, oh, I became a centre back, and now these bunch of random teenagers from some facility are now challenging.
Mm-hmm.
You don't really get to see the inner workings of Blue Lock with an outside character such as IQ.
No, but you I know, but it's not about. Oh, I guess if it has to be someone that is in Blue Lock,
Well,
then
it's called Blue
it,
Lock.
yeah, it would have to be like Hiyori and stuff. But IQ still joins Blue Lock.
I know, but he joins like after, like you miss
Yeah.
out.
I mean, you can see it
all
from the outside in, innit?
No, nobody really knows what's going on inside a Blue Lock other than they've kidnapped people.
I mean, you can do what Sai did, innit?
Yeah, but IQ didn't. Sai just did because he's Sai. I guess that's just part of his character traits.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But like, what? The way you can start off the manga, right? You can actually show all of the Blue Lock stuff, and then when it comes to the part where it's versus the U20, then you cut out, you zoom out, and turns out everything we watched was on a screen that IQ was watching to catch up to Blue Lock as his analysis of the opposition before the U20 match.
The nobody outside had access to inner Blue Lock
Sided,
footage. Pardon?
sided,
Was he? Or
yeah.
wasn't that just part of the deal for the game though? Because Sai was going to pick out somebody from.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he
Yeah.
was given to it as part of the deal for his participation.
Mm-hmm.
IQ didn't do that.
But if IQ went to Baratsita and asked, "Can I have the tapes for the game, for Blue Lock? Because obviously this is a big game for you, Baratsita. You need us to win, and I need to analyze the opposition." You don't think Baratsita would have got him it?
I mean, it's valid, but just IQ never really did it canonically, so you can't really
No,
say.
I know he never done it, but I don't think it's a if Isagi wasn't there, this is a completely different scenario.
Yeah, but it doesn't make IQ a different character. Like this is
The
still.
roll, like you have to roll with it, man.
Ugh.
You gotta roll with it. Like says, I want Kunigami to see the wild card. I honestly don't think wild card was.
It was just psychological torture to make.
Yeah, I don't think it's something that's gonna wow us that much. To be fair.
I mean, to be fair, to get that amount of gains that quickly, though, what kind of steroids were they all on?
Yeah, for me, I reckon it was a load of gym sessions, because it seems like he's still maintaining gym sessions. Like that's Kunigami's training, like doing up gym and running and whatnot. So like for me, I reckon it was just a load of gym sessions.
Maybe. Well, no, one thing I actually found out about Shido when it comes to strength.
Mm-hmm.
He managed to pick up Igaguri by the head with one hand and lift him up.
Yeah, that's some anime feat. That's some.
Igaguri is, I'm pretty sure Igaguri is about 5'8", and the average weight for somebody 5'8" is about 180 pounds, which means Shido managed to pick up 180 pounds with one hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's like what like the above average person could like deadlift, and he just did it with a one arm lateral raise.
Yeah.
Like, that is actually like beyond crazy.
That shouldn't really be possible. But it's an anime feat, bro. It's an anime feat.
We got to get some edits of blue lock characters battling each other.
Ah. Right, I think we'll have to wrap it up here. I think most people have gone to sleep. Wait, Lux just sent something. I can imagine Shido punching a hole through Igaguri's stomach, dunifying him. But that's the thing. That's an anime thing. That's an anime. But yeah, we'll wrap it up there.
Yeah, got to get my prep time for my discussion with Aero
Are you not going to sleep? Oh, yeah, all right. I was gonna
over
say,
the course of the week.
I was, I was gonna say, bro, go to sleep, man.
Of course, but got to prepare.
Yeah, you got time though. You got like a whole week or something.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
something.
But yeah, man, Daddy, I'll see you next week.
Yeah,
I'll
see you
see you
next
in the
week.
Discord, anyways. We'll be
Yeah.
speaking. Lux, I'll see you in the Discord. Lux, if you wanted to come in, bro, you got the link as well. You could have come in anytime. But yeah, on the Discord, we'll speak. I might do some more drawing streams, but I'm trying to find out how I can do chats at the same time. Because what I was thinking is opening up one of the chat rooms in the Discord. So if anyone wants to jump in and speak, they can do that.
That'd be cool if you can figure it out.
Yeah, if I can figure it out. Lux says I couldn't make it because I have something happening today, but I'll hop in soon. Yeah, no worries, bro. Whenever you want, bro. Whenever you want.
Yeah.
You always get the link, so it's all good.
Oh, I also stayed true and had a new profile picture for this week, a different one.
Yeah, true. That's true. But yeah, man, thanks for sticking around, and yeah, we'll chat it up on the Discord.
Yeah, see you
But everyone else, thank you for joining us as well.
if
Thanks
you're
for your
still here.
questions, and yeah, take care and God bless.